This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. It's the NBA draft tonight for the Washington Wizards, coming in with picks number 6 and 18. Yesterday, they made a big deal trading Jordan Poole and Saddiq Bey, plus the 40th overall selection to the Pelicans for C.J. McCollum, Kelly Olynyk, and a second-round pick. Around the league, the Hawks, the Celtics, and the Nets made a three-team deal. Celtics and center
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. It's B. Mitch and Finley. I'm a big-eared blogger. B is somewhere. We got Toby in with us today. Good morning, Toby. How do you do?
What's going on, dude? It feels good. Haven't been this excited about a Wizards draft in a while. Feels like there's some decent talent they could get at 6. I'd be a lot more excited, JP, if they didn't get screwed out of the first or second pick, but we'll pass on that. We've already expressed our frustration on that. I think they can get a talented player tonight. Seems like a big night for the Wiz.
It does feel different. Like my level of pissed offness when they got the 6th pick. Well, think about that night. I was in Raleigh. I'm pretty sure the Caps, did they get eliminated or did they just lose that night? They got eliminated at home.
I think, yeah, they got eliminated.
They got eliminated there?
I think so. Either way, I knew they were down early, and as soon as I saw that they get to the 6th pick and it popped up Wizards, I turned the rest off. I was so mad.
Right. It was
so
I was in Raleigh and it was May 12th. White Bride, figure out May 12th what Caps game that was. So in Raleigh, Caps get drilled, Wiz fall to 6. I met up with some guys later that have interest in the team. They were down bad. It was like we may have ended up closing out the bar when the plan was to meet for a drink, but it was not a great night.
You said May 12th?
Yeah.
Caps lost 5-2 in game 4.
Okay. Yeah. So then they got eliminated at home, I believe.
Yeah.
In game 5.
Yeah.
Yikes. But that was a bad night for DC sports. Don't have to lie. And I'm sure somebody will tell me the Nats lost too, which does not compare to the other teams. But May 12th to June 25th, I've recalibrated my brain. I think it's entirely possible that the Wiz are going to get a good player tonight. We're going to do our very own mock draft at 1 o'clock. Now, I'm going to let Jeff drive the vehicle here. I don't know if that means like we're going to make picks 1 through 10. We're all going to just like make a 6th overall pick. I don't know. I have identified who I want at 6, but I often do this where I identify a player I want that probably won't be there.
Is it some European dude?
No.
All right.
It's a white dude, but he's from America, I believe. What do we call white American basketball players? White dudes? And then everybody else gets called Euros?
I think so.
I'm adamant if Derek Queen...
Oh, you want Knipple.
If Derek Queen was a white dude from Czechoslovakia, he'd be a top 3 pick.
He's got the skill, no doubt about that.
Dude, like, if you just watch grainy footage of him from, like, a smoke-filled basketball arena in Greece, and it looked like what it looked like at Maryland, people would be like, no way he gets out of the top 5. Dude's got game. But because he's not like an explosive athlete, we just judge American basketball players differently.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that shot he hit in the NCAA tournament. Like, that is spectacular.
Look at his ball handling skills for
Yeah.
legit, I don't know, what is he, 6'9", 6'10"?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, if he gets into the right system, dude's going to help somebody. I don't think it's the Wiz, but he can help. I want Knipple. I think, you know what I've been watching? ESPN is just so smart. I don't know why, but probably because there's nothing on. ESPN is just airing The Last Dance again, and I just get sucked into it every night.
It's so good.
And I wonder if they've edited it, like if it's aired in a different capacity now, like if they've just chopped it up to make it feel fresh. Last night was MJ. It was when they beat the Jazz, the story of Steve Kerr's father, which is incredibly depressing. And kind of the whatever level of similarities there are between MJ's dad and Kerr's dad. I mean, both were gunned down, you know, obviously very different circumstances surrounding it, but that there is some level of familiarity for them. But I'm not trying to exaggerate here because Scottie Pippen's an all-time great player, but Scottie Pippen was the type of dude that could go to any team and help. And he could be the best player when he needed to be, and then he could be this incredible facilitator. And I hate what's happened with Scotty and Mike now, and I kind of hate what's happened with Scotty in general. Jeff, didn't he get just some like train wreck wife that is now like hooking up with MJ's son or something like that? That chick's the worst as
Just
far
wild.
as I'm concerned.
Yeah, wild.
Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Very accurate.
Just like a total. I don't know that I can say the word that I'm thinking of. On
Don't
radio.
say it.
Okay.
Just keep on moving.
It's like 4 letters that people have a term for on Instagram. Does that make sense? I think that's sad to me, but I'm telling you, the ceiling, like the what Con Knipple can be to an NBA team, and I've talked to some like real basketball people about this, is like you hope he can become Scotty, the absolute the best number 2 guy on a championship team. I'm just so in on that. He just immediately helps you offensively, defensively, loose balls.
I mean, there's something to be said for being a winning basketball player, right? I mean, there are certain guys that come into the league and you're wondering if they can ever turn into a winner. Look what the Rockets just did with Jalen Green, right? There's no doubt in my mind that you would say Jalen Green is more talented than a ton of other guys in the league, but is he a winning basketball player? No, that's why he's moved on from the Rockets. Con Knipple's a winning basketball player. He's not going to lose you a game. He can knock down clutch shots when you need him. He was really, really good for Duke this year. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't hate it. It just doesn't. I don't know that the ceiling's is high, but sometimes it's worth getting a really, really good player.
They just drafted a guy number 2. Isn't that supposed to be the super high ceiling guy?
I mean, yes, but it's just the hard part is year to year, the NBA draft in terms of the talent pool is just so different. But yeah, I mean,
you know, the biggest problem is I don't think the Wiz want to be winning for a couple more years.
Correct.
I think when the Wiz want to win, I think so this year will be 25, 26, 26, 27. I think it's like 27, 28. If you got some truth serum into like what the master plan is for the Wiz, I think 27, 28 is when it's supposed to be good, which is, that's a long time from now.
I mean, even when we were over at the one of the last Wiz games there in the suite with company, and Will Dawkins came by, and he even mentioned like this year's draft is good. Obviously, that's before he knew he was going to be picking 6th, but this year's draft is good. Next year's draft is just as good, if not better. So yeah, I think this could be something where this year, once again, you'd like to be in that bottom 3 so that you could get one of those top picks. Hopefully,
who are the people in next year's draft?
There's a kid going to BYU this year, AJ DeBansa, who's really, really good.
BYU, this new basketball powerhouse, is interesting.
It's weird.
They got cash.
Carlos Boozer's sons are, I think, both going to Duke. Sons. I think he's got twins, both going to Duke. Really, really talented. So, yeah, I mean, there's some really, really good players.
Carlos Boozer still painting his hair on? Can I get a Carlos Boozer hair update?
I don't think he is.
Carlos Boozer straight up cheated at Duke. Don't get me going. That was my era. Just straight up cheating. But if your sons end up on the Wizards, I will root for them. I'm excited for tonight. I love the NBA draft. Jalen Rose's draft suit remains the GOAT. Pop quiz, Toby, and I will admit that I just Googled this and I was very wrong. How do you spell Knipple?
Knueppel.
It's pretty good, dude. I typed in, Jeff, Kanapel. That is not how you spell it. I think it'd be dope if it was just Knipple. Knipple. I think that's how it should be.
I watched a lot of Duke basketball this year, so.
Yo, imagine what Breaking Tea will do with a Knipple t-shirt. Just like, I think you just put like a K in a specific location, bang, sell 1 million t-shirts.
Yeah, big time.
Nats did not win last night.
No.
I assume you stayed up because Toby told me he has a really tough time waking up before 9 a.m.
I'm not a morning person.
I'm not either, dog, but 9 a.m.? Morning person is like pre-7.
Yeah, and I definitely hate that.
Oh, come on, Toby. 9 o'clock, bro. You got to get up earlier than that.
I mean,
you got Jeff giving you a hard time.
I was going to say, I wake up earlier than you, and I'm out later than you.
That's definitely true.
Well, that's definitely true. But I mean, I'm not trying to make a competition here of who has a better time getting out of bed in the morning.
What I'm saying is you need to get up.
I mean,
get more time, get more stuff done. You got it, bro.
I think I'm going to play a hunch. I think the least morning person is White Bryant. Dude rolls in here looking dead asleep. Like just dead ass asleep.
Yeah, he usually wakes up about noon.
He's training right now, so he can't hear you.
That's like when we first. White Brian's a pretty quiet fella anyway, but he definitely doesn't speak before noon. There might be like a grunt, but around noon is when like he can form words. Yes, Brian. Your mic's off.
It takes me a while to wake up.
Yeah, you don't say. Tell me about the Nats last night.
Yeah, I mean, last night up 3-0. You're feeling good about your time, and then they end up giving up a couple of runs. The real killer was bottom of the 6th inning, bases loaded. I think it was no one out at the time. Decently hit ball, not anything slow, but not a rocket. Chopper to Nathaniel Lowe. He decides to go to first base, allows a run to score instead of going home. Everyone was kind of talking about it. Charlie and Dave were like, I don't know why he didn't go home. The Padres broadcast was kind of questioning it. That ends up being the winning run. Trevor Williams was okay. 5 innings. If he would have been able to get out of that jam, he would have only given up the 3 runs, ends up giving up the 4 runs. They had a chance to win last night, just couldn't do it. The starting pitcher for the Padres got hit by a comebacker. I think it was Jacob Young, kind of got him in the ribs, and he had to come out early after 3 innings. And then after that, the Padres' pen was nasty, not giving up any runs for the final 6 innings of the game. But look, I thought the Nationals played well enough to win last night. They just couldn't get that one hit. C.J. Abrams, 2 for 4 last night with a walk. Louis Garcia didn't get a hit last night, so I think it ended his hitting streak, but he at least got on base with a walk. So
Louis Garcia, my man, that took the 3-0 meatball from the Dodgers, dude.
Yep.
Me and that dude have beef.
Yeah.
just take it yard. It's a 60-mile-an-hour meatball. You don't have to take.
Definitely. But Brady House has been a big upgrade at third base defensively, which has been nice to see, but you'd like to see his bat get going a little bit. He's hitting 250, but he's brought up to slug a little bit. He's only got a 278 slug. So you need to see him drive the baseball a little bit more. But overall, Nats are playing better, but you got to find a way to win some of these games. They'll have a chance today with Mackenzie Gore on the hill against the Padres.
Is that late again?
Nope, 4:10 start today.
Okay. I might watch some of that. I like watching Gore pitch, man. So I got to interview him, I guess, a couple times now, and the last time was at that Nats red carpet thing. I want my stud pitcher, to have a little swag.
He does.
Be a little cocky.
He does.
Like, hey, you know what I can do? Strike your ass out. Yeah, I mean, that was Scherzer. I mean, Scherzer really had a mentality that he was just going to kick your ass at all times. And I feel like Gore has some of that in him.
100%. And he's one of the guys that, just from my conversations with him, he's a little superstitious. He's never going to give you anything. Like, if there's any sort of nugget, he's going to try to keep it to himself because he doesn't want anyone to get an edge. And you're right. He has a little bit of that swagger of, I'm going to go out on the hill and I'm better than you. And I'm going to prove it over and over again. And this year he's been so much better. So I think all these guys, specifically the top of the order with Wood and Abrams, and then obviously Gore now pitching today, I think I'm curious how they feel, and I'd be interested if they would actually express it or not. But when you get traded from a team, even though it's for Juan Soto, when you get traded from a team, I'm sure there's a little bit of extra going into that series. And you can kind of see that every time those guys come to the plate. Wood's homered in this series. CJ's been really, really good in this series. I'm curious if Gore is good in this series, pitching in San Diego again, seeing how that looks and turns out.
Yeah, I look forward to watching that. 410, I assume you can listen to everybody right here, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. How was your evening, Toby? Did you do anything?
No, just chilling and waiting for Nats baseball.
Sounds about right. I'm
pretty boring.
I know. My daughters had a swim meet last night.
How'd that go?
You know how hot it was yesterday?
Did you hop in the pool?
No. Yeah, they kicked off. So, like, I've been to various pools, whatever, for these swim meets, and they kicked all the parents off the pool deck, which was interesting. And like the pool deck had shade. So if you wanted to watch your kids swim, you just had to like stand in the sun. So my daughter is at this sailing camp, which is really pretty neat. It's in Alexandria, just south of the airport. Like I think it's called like Dangerfield Island. If you've ever been down in there, it's pretty cool. There's like a little bar, restaurant, and a little marina where there's just 100 kids, and these boats are like floating bathtubs from the 70s. Like you're not gaining a lot of speed with these fierce winds in June. But so she was in the sun all day and just completely cooked. My wife and I were texting. I thought I was going to have to take my older one home and not even let her swim and just let the little one do it. And she rallied, though. She drank a bunch of water and rallied. And then, dude, I just watched. You ever driven a car when it runs out of gas? Like it's just going, stuff.
And then just stops. Yeah.
So my daughter swims freestyle and then backstroke. And she's doing the backstroke, and she's pretty good. She's a fine swimmer, right? Not great, not poor, fine. But her backstroke, she knows what she's doing. She's usually pretty good at it. And she gets off to a decent start, and you just go one length of the pool. I think it's 25 yards or whatever. And it was like halfway, 10, 15 yards in, it was just like the gas tank went to empty. And she just like sleep swimming, if you can imagine. And I was just like, this girl's got nothing left.
Yeah.
She's 9 years old. It's 150 degrees.
Unreal.
Dude, I had to do a Zoom with our friend J.I. Wholesale. We'll run that later in the week. J.I. used to work for the Skins front office, now is involved in, NFL agent work on a player side. And J.I. lives in Phoenix. We did this Zoom last night at like 5:30. So it was 3:30 his time. And I said, dude, I bet it's hotter here than it is there. And he's like, no way, man. I was like, I'm telling you. He's like, actually, it's kind of cool today. It's only 99. And I pulled up my phone and it was 98. And they have no humidity out there.
So it was nicer in Phoenix than here.
Yeah. Now, I maintain I'm a summer guy. I'm good with it. You hate the heat. I'm wearing long sleeves today.
I don't get how you're doing that.
My wife thinks I'm crazy. Last night, I like to sit on my porch. I got multiple TVs. It's my zone, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the great people, Paul Henry and Crop Metcalf, have done a hell of a job that I have AC in there. It's usually perfect. But when it's this hot, it is a porch. It is a sunroom. It's hard to get it like cool. And I was just sitting out there and my wife is like, you're nuts. I'm going inside. I was quite pleasant.
I can't do it. I can't do it. I keep my house at like 68 degrees. And even then, sometimes I'm hot if I'm doing stuff around the house.
How low will you drop it?
I won't go below 68 in the summer, but when it gets wintertime, I don't turn the heat on until it gets like below 60, and then I'll turn it up to get it to like 65.
Okay. See, I'm a warm guy. Like I sleep in long sleeves a lot. My wife thinks I'm crazy. Regardless, the heat is bananas, and let's try to figure out when it's going to break because this is too hot.
Yeah, please
right?
soon.
Amelia Draper, meteorologist for NBC4, is going to join us next, kind of give us an update. At 11, we got Neil Greenberg is going to join us. I'm curious what Greenberg says the Wiz will do tonight, on top of a lot of other things. Chris Miles, NBA TV, going to join us at noon. 1 o'clock, the first ever B. Mitch and Finley mock NBA mock draft without B. Mitch. I don't know that he would participate, frankly. And I actually really like this segment that Jeff has on here. Henry Ruggs is a talented football player, was a talented football player. Henry Ruggs made some absolutely terrible decisions. But we live in a country where you're supposed to get second chances, right? Henry Ruggs was involved in a fatal accident. He was driving a car and a woman died. I think he was going too fast. I think he was drunk too, right? Like, I mean,
I believe so, yeah.
Terrible, terrible, terrible decisions. He served time in prison. Now he's out and he wants to get back into the NFL. I think it's an interesting conversation is where we are as far as like forgiveness and the legal system and all these things. I like that idea, Jeff. Going to be an interesting day. What I want to do next is talk about just how incredibly hot it is and when will it ever stop. If you're like Toby and you hate the summertime, maybe you should move because it's hot in DC, man. So sell your house, move to Alaska, nice and cold. I don't know, maybe Montana, get up in the mountains or something. You go to Park City, Utah, where the Mathers live, it's never hot. It's quite pleasant. Now you're going to get 60 feet of snow every winter, but the summers are nice. If you are looking to move, call John Leahy. It is that simple. No matter what the situation is, right now things are a little up and down. Leahy could get it done. Think about this. A buddy of his was trying to sell a house in Silver Spring. They couldn't get anything done. Nothing. There was no market. They called John Leahy, and within a week, they got $20K over asking price once Leahy hit it to his marketing. I'm telling you, that client had been told by another agent he wouldn't be able to sell the house, let alone make a profit. 1 week later with Leahy, $20K over asking. Who says there's no guarantees? Check out John Leahy's guaranteed offer right there on his website. You can get the ball rolling at johnsellsdmv.com. Whatever it is you're trying to get done, say you want to sell your house, but you know you got to update your bathroom. Your bathroom's just busted. It's got that weird neon pink tile from the 50s. Call John. He can front you some cash. Get the repairs, the updates you need. You're going to make 2 or 3x on that when you sell the house. Then you just square up with John at closing. That's the type of stuff that makes a huge difference. That's why I would call John. That's why he's the DMV MVP of real estate. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Killer Williams Realty. It's the NBA draft tonight for the Washington Wizards, coming in with picks number 6 and 18. Yesterday, they made a big deal trading Jordan Poole and Sadiq Bey, plus the 40th overall selection to the Pelicans for C.J. McCollum, Kelly Olynyk, and a second-round pick. Around the league, the Hawks, the Celtics, and the Nets made a 3-team deal. Celtics send center Kristaps Porzingis to the Hawks. Terrence Mann and Atlanta's number 22 go to the Nets. George Niang and a second-rounder to the Celtics. The Padres beat the Nationals 4-3. Nats led 3-0 thanks to a pair of RBI from James Wood, but could not hold on. Jose Iglesias' RBI put the Padres ahead to stay. Trevor Williams allowed 4 runs in 5 innings, and the series wraps today at 4:10 here on the Fan with Mackenzie Gore to the hill. Shakira Austin, 19. Washington Mystics stunned the Minnesota Lynx, scoring the last 6 points, winning 68-64. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Sorry, Miss Jackson. Woo! Linnell rearranges this damn studio. I can't make anything work in here. All right. Very fired up right now to get on the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome in our friend, NBC Washington meteorologist Amelia Draper. Amelia, what's up? How are you?
Hey guys, I'm great. How are you?
Hot.
Yeah, hot.
We are
Correct answer.
right.
Hot.
Impossible to cool down.
I was telling Toby that last night my daughters had a swim meet and we stood on the concrete surrounding the pool and it was the hottest I've been in a long time. Is this the hottest we're going to get maybe all summer, hopefully?
I mean, it could be because yesterday we hit 99 and this is like the science nerd in me, 1 degree away from 100. We don't hit 100 every year in our area. Last year we did hit 100 6 times. We had 6 days of 100-degree heat. But prior to that, we hadn't hit 100 since 2016. So this could be the hottest that we get all summer, and hopefully that's the case.
How long until we get some relief in maybe the 80s or 70s?
Right. Well, 70s, that would be, we'll see. But definitely on Friday, we're going to get some relief from the heat. Temperatures will be in the 80s. The humidity, though, that doesn't look to really fall until maybe next week.
Wow. All right. So I try to take like a broad view with the weather. And
Okay.
I feel like May and a lot of June were actually very cool. Like Memorial Day weekend was cold. Is this kind of just evening out or are we getting into the stretch now where there's no turning back till like mid-September?
We're kind of in the stretch where there's no turning back. Our average high right now is near 90. So that's what we expect on a daily basis is about 90 degrees. But to your point, the second half of May was cooler than the first half of May. And that doesn't happen very often. I mean, right? You're getting into like towards summer, you should be warming up. That wasn't the case this year.
It feels like it was a heat wave across the entire country. What was the cause of that?
Oh, yeah. Well, you just had this high pressure sitting over us, allowing this heat. Over these last few days, there have been at times over 150 million people under a heat advisory or an excessive heat warning. So, yeah, it wasn't just us, New York, up through the Great Lakes, down through the South, just incredible heat everywhere. So, hopefully this is going to start to moderate, but it's not fun just sitting in it day after day.
We're talking with our friend Amelia Draper from NBC4 meteorologist. You can give her a follow on Instagram at Amelia Draper. This might be really stupid, so forgive me. It's probably also won't surprise you that I'm really stupid.
No, stop it.
Why do we get like the East Coast, right? I mean, from Boston to Florida, And I mean, why does, I don't know, half the country get crazy humidity and the other half doesn't?
Well, it's just like where we're situated, right? We're close to that body of water, so we have a lot of moisture to work with. Whereas when you're like landlocked in the center part of the country, to get that kind of like moisture to build in, you're not able to pull from the ocean. And then also you have to think like when you're out west, the Pacific is much cooler than the Atlantic, and their prevailing wind is out of the west. So it's always coming off of the Pacific Ocean. So that's why you get the marine layer in San Fran. But like here, we have the Atlantic, which is warmer. And so we have a lot of that humidity to work with. You have the mountains on the west, you have the ocean on the east, and you kind of have this like little circulation that sets up, allowing the humidity to just build in here.
There you go. Did you know that, Toby?
I had no idea.
There's two of us. I know that the weather's great in San Diego. That's about like all I can come up with.
I was watching baseball last night, Nats in San Diego, and I texted my group chat and said, man, I could move to San Diego and go to baseball games there every night.
Petco's a great park.
That's the place to be weather-wise. Day after day, it's awesome.
What's the weather looking like for the 4th of July coming up? Is it going to be a roaster for that?
Question.
Yeah, that is a great question. So actually next Tuesday is like our best chance for rain area wide because a cold front's going to move through. What does that mean? That means it's going to kind of like wipe this dirty weather pattern out of the area. When I say dirty, we have like a chance of storms every day. It's hot, it's humid. It's kind of like the doldrums of summer. Tuesday, we get a reset, and then it looks like that reset is going to last through the 4th of July weekend. It could be really nice, low humidity, sunny skies. Now, beyond that, Saturday and Sunday, that remains to be seen. But looking at the weather yesterday and today for the 4th of July, right now it's like looking really nice. Definitely better than what we're dealing with right now.
Oh, that's awesome. Do the Nats have the 11 o'clock?
11:05.
I love that the Nats have that day game. It just...
that's perfect.
It validates like cracking that first beer at 11 a.m. on the 4th of July.
If there's a baseball being thrown, you can crack one open, right?
It's like a little parade in my neighborhood. We're good to go. Amelia, I have a theory, and I don't know that you'll agree with this, but have you ever spent any time in Minnesota?
No, okay. I haven't. I've spent time in Buffalo, but not Minnesota.
I can't speak to Buffalo, but my contention... Minnesota's got the worst weather in America because their winters, where I've spent far too much time in the winter in Minnesota, is beyond cold and snowing and all of it. But their summer sucks too. Their summer is like ours, maybe not quite as hot, but they get a ton of humidity. They have mosquitoes everywhere. Do you think Minnesota has the worst weather in America?
Oh my gosh. I don't know.
And I'm going to tweet this out. Per Amelia Draper, Minnesota has
Per Amelia Draper. I mean, I honestly have never been there, so I can't speak to it. I've lived in Erie, Pennsylvania, and Buffalo, New York, where I think people would argue the weather is pretty brutal in those locations. But you know what? You might be right, because summers around Erie and Buffalo are, like, for the most part, beautiful. So,
well, hold on.
See.
Let's get I didn't even think about this. Of all the places in the world I'm going to this weekend, it's Erie, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
What should I expect? Yeah, me and B-Mitch are going to Erie. Road trip.
Okay. I love it. Well, you have to go to Presque Isle if you have some time. They have like amazing sunsets there. Some of the best sunsets ever. You and B-Mitch can have a nice sunset together.
Hey, JP is a sky guy.
I am a sky guy.
All the time.
I don't know that B's coming with me to the sunset place.
B-Mitch and Finley on a sunset cruise.
There you go, in Lake Erie, in the beautiful Lake Erie. No, but there is some really cool stuff there because it's so old school, the turn of the century, a lot of like stuff was starting there, not to nerd out on Erie, but it's cool. It has some really cool, I'll text you some places, some markets you need to go, but it's a unique area. You got some vineyards up there by the water. Here we go, a nice wine afternoon and a sunset cruise.
You might get B in the wine part. We're going for a wedding. It's my understanding there's a casino. Are you familiar with the casino?
Well, no.
I have a feeling JP will be by the time he gets back.
I was going to say, I have nothing against gambling, but I have been to like only a handful of casinos in my life. With online sports betting now, like that's where I find the most fun. But
What? Hold on. Let's deep dive into this. Amelia Draper's betting action. What is your standard bet? Like football, or are you betting the O's every night? What are you doing?
Yeah. No, I'm a supportive wife of my husband who likes to, put in like a few sports bets here and there. It makes watching the game so much fun. The parlay, you're probably never going to get, but when you hit, it's awesome. Basketball, anything, you name it. Nothing crazy though. We're not going down like the wormhole of like cricket betting.
You're not doing like Korean baseball like me sometimes.
Yeah, no. We're keeping it like pretty surface level.
Amelia, we have a guy that works for us, our video producer. His name is White Brian. He bets 20 cents a game. Would 20 cents get? Would that give you the sweat you're looking for?
No. You got to do something where it's like if you got a card from your grandma and it had that amount of cash in it, you'd be like, nice, grandma. So like for me, I'd still say that's like $20 to $50 where it's like, you can have fun. You're not like doing anything crazy.
Yeah.
We're not going to,
To be fair, White Brian's betting on colleges you've never heard of in college hoops.
Right.
So.
Yeah. No, that's a little too intense for me. I draw the line there.
All right. So since you like betting and Erie, I'm going to set the odds of me and B-Mitch going to the Sunset Place at plus 280 and me and B-Mitch going to the casino at like minus 140. Are you interested in either side there?
And you're going to be at a wedding, so when are you going to have time to go see a sunset? You're not going to like
peel
off to go see the sunset.
That's a good point. You know what, though? Because there's no direct flights to damn Erie, Pennsylvania. We're flying into Buffalo and then driving. So maybe we'll get a little sunset during our drive. We'll have Lake Erie to our west, I assume, right?
So you're going to be driving from east to, you'll be driving right at sunset. Eyeballs will be burning out.
Great. B-Mitch will be driving, to be clear.
Drive along the water, it'll be pretty drive. Buffalo is a nice, easy airport. What can I say? Yeah, that I'm familiar. That's so ironic there this weekend.
Dude,
where's the wedding?
That's a guy that used to work with us. It's in Erie. I don't know where.
You don't know where? Okay.
We also don't have a hotel yet. I realized that this
Did you
morning.
at least get your suit? I know last time
I got the suit.
All right.
I booked a flight last week. So we're really making moves. Amelia,
okay, well here, just stay on the water. You'll know what I'm saying. There's a great hotel. Stay on the water. It's new. It's pretty. That's where you got to stay. You'll get a sunset right there.
There we go. I'll send you a photo.
Please do.
Thank you for your time. Heat breaks Friday. Next week could be good.
Yeah, bring some cool weather, please.
Yes, I'll try. Next Wednesday, Thursday, Friday will be nice.
Okay. Thank you, Amelia. Appreciate your time.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
That's the great Amelia Draper. You can watch her on NBC4. Follow her on Instagram at Amelia Draper. Neil Greenberg, Washington Post, joins us at 11. All righty, it's B. Mitch and Finley. One question I get more than anything is about the Terry McLaurin contract situation. And I have maintained, I think, the same level of calmness with this throughout. I think fans should. Here's a little something for you. This is from Albert Breer, Sports Illustrated. Is this morning, I believe, Jeffrey? I'm quoting from Breer in Sports Illustrated this morning. I have a really hard time not seeing Terry McLaurin and the Commanders getting something done. It's been bumpy negotiating a new deal for the soon-to-be 30-year-old, but these things often are. I'd put T.J. Watt and the Steelers in a similar light. The sides have massive mutual benefit and motivation to push another contract over the goal line. Where you at, Tobo?
I mean, the only thing that we've heard from either of the guys that are named here, Adam Peters or Terry McLaurin, is Adam Peters essentially saying that we're going to make Terry McLaurin a Commander for a long time. You've heard agents speak. You've heard stuff to try and drum up some talk and everything. But I don't think that until we get to training camp, I'm not worried about it. And I would assume that this is going to get done before training camp. They'll figure out exactly what the details are. I'm sure they already have a decent framework on the idea of what this is going to be, because it's, the framework of it's going to be similar to what you're seeing DK Metcalf get, right? I mean, it's going to be somewhere in that 30 to 35 range, probably a little over what DK got, which is around 33. So it's somewhere in that range. It's probably just over guaranteed money. And I would assume that they're just going to hammer these things out. And it's one of those things that deadlines a lot of times force these things. And maybe the Commanders, maybe Terry's side, I wouldn't assume Terry's side, but maybe the Commanders are like, let's get this done closer to training camp, or by training camp. And so maybe for now, it's just kind of, let's go about business as usual and figure things out. And then they'll hammer these things out once you get a little closer to training camp. But I'm not worried until you get to training camp. And if something is going on then maybe we can have a little more real discussion. But I just can't see all the stuff that they've done and how they treat their guys and the stuff that they talk about. And then you could let Terry McLaurin go. That just wouldn't make sense to me.
One thing I try to pay attention to is how information gets presented. And Terry does turn 30 in September. DK is only 27. There is some difference there. Now, Terry also didn't have the mileage on him at Ohio State that DK did at Ole Miss. I don't know. Like, to me, you look at DK and it seems pretty easy. I wonder if you're Washington and you look at T. Higgins, who signed for 29, I think. And the other thing, and J.I. Halsell brought this up to me, was how would all this look if Chris Godwin decided to stay in Tampa because he really likes it there, and he took a lot less money. It's been widely reported the Pats offered Godwin $30 million a year. And Godwin's almost a direct comp for Terry because he's turning 30 or he's 29 also. The only little thing that has come to mind is in San Fran. Now, granted, they had a lot of players they've had to pay, but they've had a lot of holdouts out there. Debo held out, Ayuk held out, Trent held out, McCaffrey, I think, held in.
But they all got paid.
They all got paid eventually, but I do think the mindset of San Fran is they negotiate tough and then eventually you get paid. So the frustrations that we've heard about, I think, are probably real. Are you under contract? Were you in Wisconsin or anything?
No.
Working in the contract space, and not that mine are at all comparable to Terry's, right?
Are you getting $33 million?
No. Luckily,
are you going to negotiate up to that?
$33. I'll ask for it. See how it goes. Hey, you know what, CK? I'll take the Godwin deal. I think, but seriously, going through that process just kind of sucks. Even when all right, we're going to get this done, no big deal. Like, dude, my Monumental deal came up. I guess I don't even think it's actually come up. I think it comes up in July. And my boss over there, Frank, called me in like January. He's like, hey, we'd like to get this done early. I was like, my man, sure.
Yeah.
So it is, like, just on a human level, it does get a little tricky. I remain quite confident in this, that they'll get it done. And, dude, you've got Debo, who's obviously, when right, a really, really good player. And we haven't really gotten any information on Noah Brown, which is how they operate. Terry's got some leverage.
He definitely does.
Like,
he's kind of the face of the franchise. I mean,
I think that might be Jaden Daniels.
well, I think he's maybe taken that over, but he's been the face of the franchise. Sure. And I mean, Grant has pointed this out before. Like, when you get down to the red zone in that Atlanta game, JP, what are they chanting? Terry, right. Terry. And not to say that Jaden's not going to take that over, because when Jaden was, taking that time out and had to take a second, they're chanting MVP. But Terry's been the face of this thing for a long time, and people absolutely adore this guy. I think my only issue with this would be, JP, is let's not squabble over $3, $4, $5 million.
Yeah.
If it's, 10, okay, I understand. But you can maybe have those sorts of squabbles when you've had to pay the quarterback. And in reality, Jaden and Terry's contract are never going to overlap each other, because regardless of how Terry's doing, like, chances are
Jaden's big money doesn't hit till 29.
Yeah, but by the time Terry's 34, he's probably not re-signing a big money contract with this team, and that's when Jaden's going to start getting paid.
This is also his last big chance at a big contract.
Correct.
At a multi-year, heavy guarantees. I think the guaranteed at signing figure is a massive discussion point, not just the fully guarantees, but when you get to fully guaranteed, some of that is if you're on the roster by March 15th of 2027. Like, fully guaranteed at signing is you're going to get every damn dollar of this, even if you get hurt tomorrow.
Do you think maybe the length of this is a discussion? Because you figure, and he's going to play this one out, he's going to be, 31 after the season? And maybe you're signing him to a 3-year deal.
So that is a bit of a misnomer. Like, he's not 30. He doesn't turn 30 till September. So he's not going to be 31 after this season.
Okay, so
like,
he's
he'll
31.
be 30 when he's 29 right now.
So he's 31 going into next season, though.
No, he's 30.
Well, I'm saying the following season, when theoretically that new contract kicks in, right? The extension. Sure. So would you maybe sign him to a 3-year deal?
30 still.
I get you. So regardless, he's on the other side of 30. Would you maybe sign him to a 3-year deal, but or extension with heavy guarantees in the first 2?
That's 100%.
But are they arguing for 4, maybe?
No. If they are, they're not going to get it. There might be a 4th year that's a void year on the deal. His current year, there is a 2026 year on his current deal. It's just a void year. Yeah. They just spread out the bonuses that way. Maybe they're arguing about if there's any guarantees in a 3rd year. I imagine the organization doesn't want to offer that. You'd be then talking about the 28 season. The flip side of this, though, is if you look at the Commanders' receiver group as currently constituted, like Terry, Debo.
Yeah, who's the next guy?
If Noah Brown's hurt, and Noah Brown last year was really good when he was on the field, but throughout his career, he has sustained injuries. That's been one of his biggest problems throughout his career. He's super physical, but the injuries have continued to pile up. I think, who is that? I mean, that's almost a caller segment. Luke McCaffrey, Jalen Lane. I mean, we did have that one dude call in talking about Michael Gallup, who didn't take part in minicamp and didn't play last year.
Well, and even if
Ja'Cory Brooks, the undrafted kid out of Louisville.
Even if Noah Brown is healthy and that's your guy, his career high in yards was in 23, 567.
Right, and how many games did he miss?
Yeah, he played 10 games, started 7.
Like KJ Osborne?
Yeah.
You signed him last year. He didn't get on the field for you. When we come back, Neil Greenberg joins the program.
This update is brought to you by the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational. The NBA Draft center stage tonight will have live coverage at 7:30 on 106.7 The Fan. After the Nationals game, Washington has picked number 6, where NBADraft.net says they'll select Jeremiah Fears, a 6'4" shooting guard out of Oklahoma. And at number 18, NBA.net believes that the Wizards will select Asa Newell, a 6'10" forward from Georgia. The Nationals back at it looking for a series win today after the 4-3 loss to San Diego. Pre-game show 340 on The Fan. Mackenzie Gore taking on Nick Pivetta. Shakira Austin scored 19 as the Mystics scored the final 6 points to beat Minnesota 68-64. Arizona Diamondback second baseman Ketel Marte was visibly upset and in tears on the field after a spectator yelled something about his late mother during an at-bat against the White Sox at Chicago's Rate Field. The fan was ejected from the stadium. NBA owners have approved the sale $1.5 billion of the Wolves and the WNBA's Lynx. Shows you how much the Lakers are worth when they were sold for $10 billion. Mark your calendar. It's the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational, June 27th through the 29th at the Fredericksburg Convention Center, hosted by Black Horse Tattoo Studio. Live tattooing, contests, and family-friendly fun. Get your tickets at fxbgtattooinvitational.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mr. Finley, it's 11 a.m. in the morning, and Jeff just said to me I couldn't get it up in time. Do you want to explain? Jeff, you want to apologize to our friend, the official sports analytic expert of the B. Mr. Finley program? Jeff, you tell Neil you couldn't get it up in time.
Neil, I couldn't get the song up in time. My bad, bro. Toby
I
and
thought
JP.
I was in an elevator. I didn't know what was happening.
JP and Toby, I apologize for whispering that in you all's ear.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate it, Jeff.
Do you feel, are you okay, Greenberg? Do you need us? Do we need to start over? Or can you come in without Iron Man? Are you all right?
No, I don't know if I'll have my A game. I may have like my B game,
All right.
my Muzak game.
Jeff, see if you can get it dialed, and maybe we'll just play a little underneath Greenberg as he talks. Neil, how are you, buddy?
Yes.
Thank you for joining us. I'd like to start with the NBA draft, if you're good with that. The NBA draft's always fun to watch, always exciting. There is, I don't think, any real intrigue in the top 2 picks, but then there's pretty damn wide open.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, Cooper Flagg has been the number 1 pick for quite a while. Dylan Harper probably goes number 2, and then who knows what's going to happen. I think these are the best type of drafts where, it leaves a little bit open for some chaos.
There it is.
There we go. Now I feel better. Now I can dial in. But I think, the locally here to see what Washington gets, and I'm not saying select, see what they get at number 6, because we're really not sure who's going to go in the 3, 4, and 5 slots.
When you look at Ace Bailey, who has turned into the most intriguing guy in this draft, you can dive into whether you would draft him or not in terms of some of the other concerns. But if he's there at 6, I'm curious if the Wizards take him, being someone who's so analytically dialed in, Neil, do you think his game translates in terms of how much he loves to shoot the mid-range jumper? Do you think he can extend that out to the three-point line, or do you think that's something that, even though that's where he lives, that'll work just fine in the NBA as well?
Well, I think Kevin Durant has taught us that you can, if you're really good at the mid-range shot, you can take the mid-range shot. Analytically speaking, it's not the most efficient, but, that's a broad stroke brush.
Mm-hmm.
And there's certainly players that can probably make it work. And, I think when you have a talent like his, some people are arguing that he should go number 2. So I think to be able to get that at number 6 is going to be interesting. But he's not afraid to shoot the ball. He can, he's really good at. I think what we'll see what translates is not necessarily his mid-range jumper, but he takes a lot of contested twos, and a contested shot in the NCAA versus the NBA is very, very different. So that to me is really what I'm going to be looking at. But he's a good athlete. He can make some blocks. He can dunk. He can get to the rim. He's a good rebounder. He lacks a little bit of polish off the dribble, but again, it's a college kid coming into the NBA, and the Wizards aren't in contention necessarily, so he's got plenty of time to learn.
Who's your favorite pick in the draft? Like, if they obviously Flag and I think Harper are gone, who would you want them to get at 6? Do you have a favorite?
I think Bailey's the guy. I mean, I think Bailey makes a lot of sense. Maybe Trey Johnson, but the guard position I think is in a different state now with the Wizards after the trade. So I think getting a forward that can mesh with a guy like Alex Sarr, and then you have Bob Carrington probably gets a little bit of a bigger role after the trade. So I think a talented forward makes sense. I'm not convinced Ace Bailey is going to be there. There's just too much smoke everywhere. Like he's not taking workouts, and there's just so much off the court negative talk about Ace Bailey. I don't know if he'll be there at 6, but if he is, I think it makes a lot of sense for Washington to take him.
You're feeling a zag here, Greenberg? Are there odds on that? I do wonder if he keeps turning down invites everywhere, maybe he has, you know what I mean? Like maybe he has some assurance that the rest of us are unaware of.
Well, what if that's the Wiz?
Maybe. He certainly might, but also I believe nothing during draft season. I don't believe anything is as what it seems. I think there's a lot of money on the table, and what you're doing, if you are saying the teams 2, 3, and 4, and 5, or 3, 4, and 5, don't draft me, you are leaving first contract money on the table in hopes that you can really make an impact, and the second contract becomes bigger. I think that's a big risk, especially with a team like Washington. So I'm not convinced. I'm not saying that he's not going to Washington. I'm just saying that I don't believe anything during draft season in any sport. It's all smoke screen. No one has any incentive to say exactly what they're going to do. It just seems to be a lot of stuff around Ace Bailey at this time of year.
What do you make of the Duke guys outside of Cooper Flag? If Ace Bailey's gone and they have the chance at potentially Con Knipple, who JP really likes, or Kaman Maluwach, who I really like as a potential double big to help out with Alex Sarr there, which of those guys do you prefer, and do you think one of those guys could end up being the pick tonight?
Yeah, I think Knupel is probably where I would lean, only because you have Alex Sarr at center. Knupel is a good shooter. He can do the pick and roll. He's a crafty little player. I think you want young players that can make stuff happen, especially if they're going to be kind of learning the game, for lack of a better phrase, with a team that's not necessarily contending. I think that Knupel will probably be gone before 6, but I would say it'd be Bailey 1, Knupel 2nd, and then the center out of Duke would be the third choice. But man, what a front court that would be! You got a towering rim protector with some ability to switch. And then you have obviously Sarr, who was all rookie team this year. That'd be an interesting building block, but I don't think that's necessarily how you build for the NBA. I don't necessarily think that you need like a dominating front court. I think you're much better off with wings and guards and kind of building that way. But again, the Wizards are going to have to take what they get because they're picking number 6.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. You can follow Greenberg at @ngreenberg. Read his work in the Washington Post. Greenberg, how about this? Vegas must know something. My man, I just pulled up odds for tonight to be drafted in the top 5, Con Knipples minus 1,000. So Vegas sure as hell doesn't think he's getting to the Wiz at 6. Trey Johnson minus 330 to go top 5. And then your boy, Ace Bailey, minus 200 to go in the top 5.
Yeah, so I think the Trey Johnson goes to Utah. But again, I mean, there's just too much talk around Bailey for there not to be something there. So yeah, I think that, whenever you have uncertainty in the mid-top part of the draft, obviously you're always better off taking a shot at plus money than you would be, minus. But it does also reflect kind of where the sharp money going. Now, I will say this. It doesn't take a lot to move those markets. Sure. It doesn't take a lot of money, a lot of action, because there's so much uncertainty. We've seen that in the NFL with the number 1 pick or first-round quarterback picks, et cetera. So I don't take them necessarily as gospel as I would like an NFL line on Sunday afternoon. But it's definitely showing you where the general conventional wisdom is right now.
What'd you make of the Jordan Poole trade yesterday?
I like it for Washington. I mean, they don't need star players. They don't need good players. They need flexibility in the cap, and they need up-and-coming players. So it makes complete sense to me. For once, they're really embracing this rebuild, and I feel like they're doing it the right way. Cap flexibility is key because you can, hopefully entice a free agent or two. Your young guys develop, and then you can start to contend. It won't take a lot for the Wizards to become contenders if they can use that money and get, free agents to come there in a year or two. They can almost instantly become playoff contenders. So I think that this is a very, very smart move and the right move for the organization.
I also, much like Mitchell Parker, I pronounce myself the foremost Bub Carrington supporter in town when he was drafted. I just really like his game. I think this is the right step for Bub. Like, let Bub run the team. And Poole was just such a, not in a bad way, but just such a me first kind of gunner that, like, I think not. I don't want to say addition by subtraction because I don't think they're like better, but I think it's better for these kids to develop without Jordan Poole around. And much like Eric Bickle got mad when everybody was calling Eric Bieniemy EB, I at least got confused when I was watching Wizards broadcasts and they would say JP.
Well, I always thought they were talking about you. Yeah. That was just my default.
Well, I knew they weren't when he said JP nails it from deep. There's no chance that's JP Finley.
You don't know about my 3-point shooting prowess in high school.
But yeah, I think that this is, and this is what I mean about, clearing the decks a little bit, seeing what they have in the young players. This gives Bub a chance to show that he could be the playmaking complement to McCollum, who can score. And, I love having like this veteran guy being able to mentor this rookie that has shown a lot of flash and shown a bunch of upside. And this is what you want. You want to see if he's the guy, and if he's not, you got a bunch of cap space and draft picks to find the guy. So yeah, I think this is great for his development, and I really like him as a player. He's shown he can do a little bit of everything. He can score, he can dish it. He was healthy. I think all that is very important.
What do you think the chances are the Wiz trade the pick tonight?
Pretty low. I don't. I mean, you're still picking sixth, so I don't think there's enough talent here to move back, unless you absolutely get blown away with an offer. But I see like a team that has, 6 first-round draft picks or whatever it was, being in a better spot to move up. I certainly think if one of the teams packages 3 or 4, first-round picks this year, next year, maybe you consider it. But Washington also has the 18th pick, so it's not like they necessarily need a bevy of picks here. especially if Ace Bailey is available. If he's not available, maybe that changes the rubric a little bit. But I think if Ace Bailey is available at number 6, you make the pick.
What do you make of Derek Queen as a potential pro, and where do you think he ends up landing, and what range tonight?
Yeah, probably in the early double digits, maybe to Chicago. We saw him, pretty much will Maryland in the tournament with the Crab Five. So, very, very talented player. Probably could really blossom in a larger role. Can he, he's got the upside, right? And he's got the ability to score inside. He does some rebounding, etc. As long as that game translates to the NBA, I think that he could be a really good mid-first round pick for a team like Chicago, maybe Atlanta, who's probably also in the market for a big man. I think those are the two spots that he probably is going to land in.
So you can get odds on who gets picked at number 6. Ace Bailey plus 150, Jeremiah Fears plus 210, Trey Johnson plus 350, Malawach Knipple on down. I almost wonder if that's good money on Fears at plus 210, kind of thinking he'll beat. I mean, who do we think is definitely gone early? Flag?
Well,
Harper?
but also, does Washington take a guard?
Yeah.
They just did this trade to kind of give Bub a bigger role, alongside McLaurin. Would they pick a guard? I'm not sure they do. I'm not sure that. I think they got to flesh out their roster and get upside everywhere. So betting on a guard in that spot makes me a little bit nervous. I think one of the Duke's big men is probably a better bet in those spots.
If you like, Knipple's plus 900, Malawach plus 500. That to me is saying they think Knipple's going to be gone and Malawach.
I was about to say, Knipple could be a top 4 pick. I don't know. Getting plus money on Ace Bailey to me makes a lot of sense because there is a lot of evidence that that's the direction he's trending towards.
Which of the teams ahead of Washington, assuming Ace Bailey is going to get taken ahead of them, which of the teams you think does it? Do the Sixers do it after he canceled the workout? Hornets? Jazz?
Charlotte.
Okay.
Charlotte. That would probably be my guess.
But, dude, if you don't want to take a guard and the draft goes Flag, Harper, Bailey, Edgecombe, Knipple, like if those guys go top 5, then it's got to be Trey Johnson or Fears, right? Otherwise, you're looking. What's that?
Malawach.
Or Malik.
Yeah. I don't know.
I think Trey Johnson you could maybe get away with because the whole point, I think, of Bub Carrington is they want him to be able to be on the ball more. I think Trey Johnson can work off the ball as a 2 guard. I think Fears is more ball dominant. So maybe if you draft him with Bub Carrington, that's a little more redundant of kind of you just got rid of a guy that was a ball dominant guard in Jordan Poole and you're bringing one in. But I think Trey Johnson, if he were there, would be a fine pick as well.
Yeah, I think, though, that this is where Washington would start to discuss trading, right? Because at that point, if you don't have a perfect fit, then you're probably better off taking more bites at the apple, assuming that you can still stay, in the top 10, top 12 or something, or get, a high first rounder next year. I think that's when you start to look at offers. But as long as Ace Bailey's on the board, I think that's where you gravitate towards. But yeah, it should be interesting. I mean, I'm very interested to see what happens here because, as I said, Washington could be competitive in the next 2 years, and it's quite possible that the player that they draft here is a big part of it.
Dude, when do they even want to be competitive? I almost wonder.
Well, probably when Giannis becomes a free agent, right? Like that to me is the first window if you're clearing some space, to see if you can lure a guy like that into the building, because that makes you legitimate right away. Other people probably want to come here. So
We got
you
good
you have
Greek
to be.
food. St. Sophia's has that big ass Greek fest every
Well,
fall.
Neil, it feels
I'm
like
sure they deliver too.
they need.
Maybe there's like more options at Capital One Arena.
Yeah.
Well, Neil,
Yeah. So I think that that's what you have to look for. You have to take that shot and then see where you're going. If for some reason a player like that doesn't want to play here, well, then you got to reassess and figure out how you're going to grow this thing. Are you going to go maybe like the OKC route where you just get lucky and have all your young talent develop and peak at the same time? Plus, you have a bunch of draft picks waiting in the wings. But that would be my guess, is that you build this young core, and then you get one or two free agents that can really take you over the top.
it feels like they need that star. I mean, you were kind of just alluding to it. What do you think is the most likely way, regardless of if it's 2 years, 5 years down the line? What do you think the most likely way is for the Wizards to get that star? Is it going to be through free agency? Do they build a team appealing enough to go get one of these guys? Is it just going to have to be through the draft? Or do you think they could trade for a guy down the line?
I think that they will develop some talent through the draft and then spend money in free agency. I think that that's the path that we're going, because that's the quickest path. If you're able to do it correctly in terms of free agents that will be worth the money and not just getting names for the sake of getting names.
Well, and they got boned in the lottery.
Well, yeah, that's the other thing too, right? I mean, if they would have gotten the first or even second pick here, maybe we have a different conversation. But I do think that they'll need a marquee young guy in the building to make it happen. They probably have a year, maybe two more to get that. But I think that that's probably the direction that we see. Young talent, and then really take a heavy swing on a free agent or two to take them over the top.
Will you have any action tonight?
No, I can't bet draft picks where I live, unfortunately.
Come on over, dude.
So I'll just live vicariously through you.
White Brian's going to be throwing dimes all over the board. Don't worry about it.
I can only bet dimes anyway, like literal dimes.
Yeah, because they've shut me down. I got to introduce you to some people, Neil. There are still people in this.
I don't know. Terms and conditions just popped up on the betting sites that they're going to avoid like syndicate type bets. So I'm
crazy.
toxic. You don't want to be anywhere near me.
Toxic Neil Greenberg. That's what we call him. Thank you for the time, buddy. Appreciate it.
Love you guys. Stay cool. Have a great weekend.
All right. That's our guy, Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. Check out all his work in the Post. You can follow him at @ngreenberg. Here's what we're going to do. Open up the phones. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I've been saying I've been enjoying Bickle's breakdowns. His pick is in. We're going to have our official mock coming up at 1 o'clock. But I want to hear from you. You happy Jordan Poole's gone? Do you like the way that trade went? What do you want the Wiz to do tonight? What do you think the Wiz are going to do tonight? Phone lines open next.
This update is driven by Oarsman Lincoln of Alexandria. For the first time since 1981, George Washington will face Georgetown on the men's basketball hardwood. It is an exhibition game slated for Saturday, October 18th at the Charles E. Smith Center. The last time the Hoyas played at the Smith Center was December 13th, 1980. The NBA draft is tonight. Our coverage begins after Nats baseball at 7:30 tonight. You can also hear it begin at 7 on Team 980 with the NBA draft show. Padres defeated the Nationals yesterday 4-3, so the Nats still have a chance at a series victory. Mackenzie Gore will face Nick Pivetta. Our coverage begins 3:40 on The Fan. Oarsman Lincoln of Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Lincolns, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Lincoln of Alexandria, let's ride together. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
They love that basketball. Big night, NBA draft. Wizards hold the number 6th overall pick. Even though they were one of the 3 worst teams in the league, they fell as far as they could. That ain't life with Le Boule. I don't know what is. Speaking of hoops, just announced that the Hoyas and the Terps will open the season in College Park. Fired up about that. Anybody out there listening, I might take the kids. I need 4. Need 4 for November 7th in CP. I'll meet you at Bentley's before. I'll cover the booze. Let's get to these phones. Lou is in D.C. Lou, how you feeling about the Wiz, man? Big night. Big night.
Hey, JP, what's going on, man?
Not much, buddy. How are you?
How you doing?
Good.
Long time, man. To be honest, like I told, I think Landini, I boycott the draft, man, because what they did to the, I guess I don't know, man. It's a crime, man. You literally just handed the pick to Dallas just because they traded Luka. But sometimes I guess it's funny. But I'll go with the big man.
You're not gonna watch?
No, I'm saying, like, if I'm the Wizard, like, I look, man, y'all can have this year and then whatever. But I don't think that's possible. But what I'm saying is I'll go with the big man, either the guy from Duke or Derek Queen, because that's what they need. They need a big body who could rebound and block shots and things like that. And as far as the scores, they got a bunch of wing guys. They could do that for them. So they need to address that. They don't need to go get Ace Bailey or whoever this guy is. But I just think they need a big man, either the guy from Duke, one of the 2 guys from Duke, or Derek Queen, man. That's what they need, and they need a big man in that rotation, so they could find a way to try to defend. That's their issue, man. They just be giving up layups after layups every time, man. So they don't play defense, and if they could find a way to get a big man and playing defense and keep the score under 100 and things like that, that's the way you be successful like Boston. So that's what I think, man. But other than that, I appreciate you taking my call, man.
Thanks, bud. Good to hear from you, Lou. Hold it down at the metal shop. Man. All right.
Not anymore, man. I'm gone out of there, man. Hey, man, say hello to B. Mitch, man.
Will do.
My guy B. Mitch, man.
Shout out to B.
All right. Yes, sir.
All right, see you, buddy. Let's see if we can get B to call in for the mock draft, Jeff. He can have the number 1 pick. Real quick, my guy. So Jeff's in the big chair this week. Professor Landini is on vacation, most likely at his home. And my man Bennett is filling in. Bennett, that caller just thought you were landfill. How did that feel?
I don't know. No offense taken.
Okay,
I'm good.
Cool.
He don't sound nothing like Landfill. If anything, him and White Brian sounded like.
Just boring ass white dudes.
I'm not going to say that. I'm just talking about their voices here, man.
It's okay.
Hold on, Bennett. talk for a second? Just tell me how you feel about the Jordan Poole trade.
Flexibility for the Wizard frees up cap space. I like it for the long term.
He does sound like White Brian.
White Brian, tell me how you feel about the Jordan Poole trade.
Feel bad for Deb from the chat. Got rid of her Michigan guy.
He does sound like him. That's crazy.
PJ's arrested. PJ, how you feel about the Poole trade? How you feeling about the Wiz? Big night. Big night.
I'm feeling very optimistic, right? So of the four guys that are most likely for the Wiz to pick, right? Ace Bailey, Kam Maluwach, Jerome Fierce, and Trey Johnson. If Bailey's there, that's a pretty good pick. If he's not there, I really, really strongly hope they take Maluwach, because the way I look at it is like this. I don't know how much of it's hyperbole, but if Cooper Flagg and the other two guys are really saying how great of a shooter Maluwach is, and we already know he's huge. He's got the defense. He's got a good shooting stroke. Even if they're exaggerating, if he's half as good a shooter as they is, then that, as far as the upside, I mean, if we think about it, he has his upside is almost as much as Cooper Flagg, maybe with Dylan Harper, if that's true. And I also think that there's going to be in every draft, more likely next year, there's going to be somebody like a Trey Johnson or a Jerome Fierce, like a point guard or a shooting guard type always. You're less likely to see somebody like Maluwach. He's a lot more rare. And if you take a guy like Maluwach, that gives you flexibility when you draft moving forward, because, you can draft a guard that's all around offense, defense, right? But if you see a guard next year that is offense, the defense is not that good, well, you got Sarr and Maluwach back there to kind of give that guy some grace and a little bit extra freedom with the ball without having to worry about compromising. And the other thing I was going to just add is I'm a little confused by the other Duke guy being number 4. Everyone's saying he's going to be good, but I see like limited upside with him, Con Nipple. So I'm surprised why he would go. He just seems like more of like a middle of first round, but there must be something that they're saying that I'm not seeing. But anyways, it should be good. And trying to think if there's any other names I can think of. I think that's about it.
Let me make this. Let me try to clear something. Are you anti-nipple?
I'm pro areola, but
I don't know if you can say that, dog. Thank you, PJ. Straight biology talk.
To get back on track, I am in on Maluwach, because you could get a guy who can be a pick and roll on offense, a really good around the rim, and he's a really good interior defender. So you could allow Sarr to kind of float a little bit as a help side defender and play more of his true position, the 4, a stretch 4. But I would have a hard time not taking Maluwach or not taking Trey Johnson if he's there over Maluwach. Obviously, Ace Bailey. Like, for me, it's Edgecombe, which he's not going to be there more than likely. But if Edgecombe were to fall to 6, that's my guy. Then it would be Ace Bailey. Then it would be Trey Johnson. And then I would go Maluwach if those other guys are gone.
All right, we got to go to break. I have texted B. Mitch and Landfill to see if they will take part in our mock draft. Update coming. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Phones open till noon. Here we go now. A lot of things just happened in the last break. I am buddies with a guy named Rudy from college. Rudy Gerson. Shout out at DC Barno. I've known Rudy since I was 17 or something. Probably younger than that, honestly. My man Ben just told me Rudy's a celebrity at Maryland basketball games.
Are you a celebrity at Maryland basketball games?
I try to keep a low profile. But I like that bar back beneath the seats. So if you don't see me come out at halftime, it's one thing that's very different with me and B. B Mitch is like the most recognizable. Honestly, probably of former athletes that live in this town, B Mitch is one of the most like out and about. You see him everywhere and like super visible. Where I'm always like, B, wear a hat, man. Like just like try to chill. And he's like. Instead, he's wearing his Caps B Mitch jersey, and he's like, "Man, everybody wants a photo."
Man,
like,
I gotta say hi to the fans. I gotta say hi to the people.
Yo, you know what your worst nightmare is? Trying to leave a hotel lobby on an away Redskins game with Brian Mitchell. All right, B, we got dinner at 7:30. The Uber's here. You're lucky if he's out in 20 minutes. Whereas I'll just like kind of duck. I'm an Irish exiteer. Like
I don't blame you. If we're going somewhere, we're going.
I want to eat. I want to get to dinner.
I don't have that problem, thankfully.
But shout out to Rudy. He's a celebrity in College Park. I do need 4 for the opener against the Hoyas. Anybody? I've been since there's been big changes over there. I've been nothing but supportive. I'm Johnny Terp these days. Can't wait for football. Can't wait for hoops. Shout out to the new AD. Shout out to Buzz. I'm everybody's biggest fan. I gave them $100, Toby.
Oh,
that's a big deal.
Do you think they can get a big-time recruit now?
No, but it's been a long time since I've given them a penny. So that's 100 more than like the last 10 years. Go Terps, all right?
Go Hokies.
Nothing but supportive here. Now, Toby's shouting out the Virginia Tech ladies basketball program.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, good.
Shout out Coach Duffy.
Shout out to Coach Duffy. Big game tonight. You know where I'm going?
Where are you going?
Skeens Miz.
Oh, yes.
You know I love young pitchers. Young stud pitchers get me going.
I get fired up for this matchup.
All right, tell the people.
So Paul Skeens, I don't think needs any introduction. He is one of, if not already,
he's
the best
dating
pitcher in the
Libby
game.
Dunn.
Yeah,
he's getting it done in all departments.
He's
no
about
pun
as
intended,
big a
Jeff.
celebrity in baseball right now as you can get. And Jacob Mizorowski just burst onto the scene. He's only made 2 career starts. JP, he started his career with 11 no-hit innings. 11 no-hit innings because this guy is 6'7", JP. His first pitch in the bigs was 100. He followed up with 102 and then 101. And like I said, 11 no-hit innings. His first start, he rolled his ankle, so he was taken out in the 6th inning of a no-hitter. His last start, he had 6 perfect innings before he finally walked somebody and gave up his first hit, which was a home run against the Twins. He's the first pitcher, I think, since 1900, JP, with more wins than hits allowed. It's 2 wins. He's 2-0.
Gas.
He's given up 1 hit. He throws a slider, which maybe moves more like a cutter. His slider is 95 miles an hour, and he threw it to Willie Castro of the Twins last time out and twisted him up like a pretzel. This one's going to be electric. I can't wait for this match.
Where is it? Pittsburgh or Milwaukee?
Milwaukee.
Brewers are a way better team than the Pirates.
Way better. Way better. But this is about as good a pitching matchup as you'll get all year.
It's also my understanding this is the MLB TV free game.
Yeah.
It's on at 2:00.
It's on at 2:10, I believe.
So you can go. Skeens Miz will probably be an hour and a half with the pitch clock and everything.
Yeah.
I mean, assuming both those guys go 7 or 8 innings, this joint's going to go fast.
Yeah.
So you could go. You could watch Skeens Miz right into Nats pods with Gore on the mound.
Yeah.
That's 3 young studs before 6:00. That's pretty solid, dude.
Yeah, it's incredible watching Jacob Mizorowski pitch, where this dude is 6'7", JP, and they were talking about his extension down the mound, and they measure this stuff now with all the analytics and all that stuff that they do, and they figured out that he gets down the mound 7+ feet, 7.7. He's got the highest extension in Major League Baseball, which means he's throwing the ball from like 53 feet, and he's throwing 100. How do you hit that? I mean, the perceived velocity on that has to be like 106. I don't know how you hit this guy, and he's throwing you a slider that's 95. I don't even understand. Like, the Twins, the last time he pitched, looked completely outmatched, and that so rarely happens at the big league level. And you've got a guy on the other side in Paul Skeens who mows guys down, and they looked overmatched. But even he's going to probably have a few fastballs over 100, and it's not going to look as fast as Mizorowski just because of how tall he is. Yeah, this is going to be a fun one today. I'm fired up for it.
Does it feel like, maybe not locally, but even kind of locally, because Wood is so good and Gore is so good, does it feel like baseball's kind of having a moment? There's a ton of young talent, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough for the Nationals because they had that stupid losing streak, which kind of took them into irrelevancy for the rest of the season. But, I mean, if you're tuning in to watch players, like we're talking about where you're trying to watch The Miz, which is his nickname, Jacob Mizorowski, or you're watching Paul Skeens, like, if you're tuning in for players, NBA style, there's plenty of young guys that you feel good about watching right now, and there's plenty of them for the Nationals right now. Like, every fifth day, Mackenzie Gore, that's a start that you want to watch.
Right.
James Wood, every single night he comes to the plate, you want to watch what he's doing. CJ. So, yeah, they've got some guys, and heck, all three of those guys might be in the All-Star game, and the Nationals' record is not very good, but all three of those guys are All-Star worthy.
Rutgers is going to have 2 top 10 picks, and they went under 500 and missed the tournament. So
it's insane.
Records aren't always reflective. How about this parlay? I just saw this. I just opened up DraftKings. Skeens 7+ Ks, Miz 7+ Ks. The game under 2.5 in the first 5 and no runs in the first inning, plus 575.
I like that.
You want to split that? We get some action going for 2:00 first pitch.
I don't hate it. I already have a little action on that.
White Brian, you want in on that? 20 cents? Big time. 75 cents. He's calling it a 3-unit play.
I might even cover it for him.
I will cover his 20 cents. I will cover his 20 cents. What do they call it? Like get free bet back or whatever the betting
sweat
place.
Free bet for dude. White Brian.
White Brian's booked on that. Dude, I mean, this thing is a total toss-up. It's the Brewers to win -109, the Pirates -112. Like it's
because Paul Skeens is the better pitcher because he's just had more time in the bigs.
Yeah.
But the Brewers are so much better. Like the Pirates lineup is like a AAA lineup, and probably their best hitter might not play today. I'd have to check and see if he's in the lineup or not. But he got benched last night for, I believe the quote was, effort and energy. So how does that make you feel good?
That's my only concern with old Ace Bailey. Nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody go anywhere. Chris Miles next.
This update brought to you by the Chesapeake Bay Sox. Purchase tickets at baysox.com. Men's college basketball, the Hoyas are going to play the Terps and the Revs next season. The first meeting of a 4-game series will begin November 7th at Xfinity Center when Maryland faces Georgetown. GW will have an exhibition against Georgetown at Smith Center Saturday, October 18th. NBA draft is tonight. Our coverage begins after Nats baseball at 7:30 on The Fan. The Wizards have picks number 6 and 18. ESPN's mock draft have the Wizards taking Ace Bailey, shooting guard small forward from Rutgers at number 6. And then at number 18, they like Danny Wolf, a power forward from Michigan who's 6'10 and a half without shoes. Nationals baseball will begin our live play-by-play at 3:40 today on The Fan as they face off against the San Diego Padres from Petco Park. The game will feature Mackenzie Gore taking on Nick Pivetta. Yesterday, Padres beat the Nationals 4-3. Diamondback second baseman Ketel Marte was visibly upset and in tears on the field after a spectator yelled something about his late mother in yesterday's game against Chicago at Rate Field. ESPN's Jesse Rogers says the fan has been banned indefinitely from attending White Sox home games, and he was ejected immediately after the comment last night. Join the Chesapeake Bay Sox for Educator Appreciation Week. Teachers and educators, show your school ID at the box office and receive 2 general admission tickets to that night's game. Closer to home, closer to the action. Get tickets at baysox.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Fired up to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude is the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Talk to our friend, Mr. Chris Miles. Miles, you in Brooklyn for the draft? What's up, dude?
No, man. We did our mock draft last night, studio tonight here in Atlanta.
Okay, cool. Well, let's start there, dude. We have the B. Mitch and Finley mock draft coming up in an hour, and I may just steal yours. What do you think the Wiz do tonight at number 6?
You know, I think they should stand pat and take the best player available. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Whatever player is sitting there at 6, right, and you can do the mock draft 50,000 ways, would have been the first pick in the draft last year, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe second pick in the draft. So you got to look at it as, all right, look, Cooper Flagg is the player that they're saying stands out above the rest of the fray. And as I've said before, I think there are several players with potential to be just as good as their bodies and games develop. So I think you sit there at 6. If Ace Bailey falls to you, I think you hurry up, you pick up the phone, you make that call. And I think the culture that the Wizards have been building, including that trade of Jordan Poole getting out of town, no disrespect to him, but C.J. McCollum, a consummate pro, if you've ever met him or talked to him, like, they just seem to be doing the right things and making the right moves that I think they could be the team to take Ace and really mold his game in a way that he could be, you know, a potential leading scorer in the NBA down the road.
What do you see him being? Like, I think when you look at his game, the potential is all there. Like, you see his shot-making ability. It's just the shots that he makes are so difficult. You think he evolves into being somebody that's able to play on the ball? What do you see him doing?
So let me explain this to you. And I think, you know, people have this like way of just being parrots. So Ace went to high school around the corner from where I live now, right? So I'll start with that part. The second part, the guy that trained him when he was in high school, I used to play pickup basketball with in New Orleans, Doc Martin, okay? So he first told me about Ace about 3 years ago, and I walked in, I was like, what am I witnessing? And then I went to the Hawks like camp that they have and saw him again. And I said to someone like, this kid is more talented than Cooper, right? And they were like, yeah, he is. And every time I watched him, I'm like, he's in the gym all the time. He works so hard. I mean, this kid's amazing. Now, I think what's happened is, and we've seen this with management, with kids before, and how it kind of hurts their careers. We've seen a kid be just as talented and not make it in Cam Reddish. right? Like we've seen that play out before. So those alarm bells make sense, but make no mistake about it. I mean, Greg Anthony sat there the first game he saw Ace Bailey. He's like, I've never seen a kid that age make those kind of mid-range and three-point shots. And, people point to the loss against Kennesaw State. I was at that game, and I thought that was poor coaching. But when you talk to his college coach, Coach Pike there at Rutgers, he's like, Ace worked harder than any player I've ever had. He was trying to galvanize the guys to work out at 5 a.m. Like, his teammates were like, man, this guy's kind of crazy how hard he works on his game. And if you ever hear him talk supremely confident, when you see him in all the all-star games with all the other guys in his class, always stands out. Same thing with Team USA. So these are things that I think about Ace Bailey. And I think if he comes to Washington, that front office, the one that's in place now, I think they have all the pieces in play to really maximize his potential.
I am currently watching Ace Bailey highlights, and he's growing on me. I'll tell you that much.
He's awesome.
What do you make of the stuff with skipping all the workouts?
So here's the thing, and this is really hard for people to understand. This guy has been told, like, hey, man, you're just as good as Cooper. 1, 2, and so his team's like, why is he coming to work out? You just talked to him at the Combine in Chicago. Why does he need to come to you, Philly, when you guys have all your locker room issues? Ben Simmons didn't work out for the 76ers. Now, of course, we know what happened with Ben Simmons' career, right? Was an all-star and kind of went off the rails, off the court. But with Ace, it's like that's how he feels. He's supremely confident in his skills and his game. And VJ Edgecombe is a kid that I saw a lot, too. Went to a high school that was my rival high school in New York, and L.I. Lutheran, right? So, like, I really knew the coaching staff and got to know him. VJ's a different kind of kid. VJ's more like the military kid that, oh, yes, sir, you need me to show up? Yes, ma'am, right? And that's really good for this NBA. That's why his stock is rising. Ace is a little different in the sense of like, hey, I'm the supreme talent. Like, I'm a talented quarterback. Like, hey, I'm going to get the job done. I don't need to prove. If you don't want to draft me at 2, a team's going to draft me, and they're going to be happy. And that's his mentality. That's how his management team is carrying it. You can feel one way or another, but I'm going to tell you this much. If I'm sitting there at 6 and I'm the Wizards, I'm picking him or Trey Johnson. Those are the two. Or Malawak. That's the thing. All 3 of those guys are supremely talented players, and they could all be sitting there at 6.
So I'm a football guy, right? Is the personality kind of akin to some of the Caleb Williams stuff we heard before last year's NFL draft?
Exactly that, right? And you know me. Caleb's another guy I talked to when he was in high school, had him on my podcast, and I was like, this kid is supremely talented, supremely confident. You know what you never see Caleb Williams do? Fold under pressure.
Right.
Right? Like, you know what he does? He's going to make good passes. He's going to put up numbers. And, like, Aces, that would be a good correlation just without all the, like, extra. See, Ace doesn't have all the extra stuff with him. He's not like, no fingernail polish, no, like, crazy post. But, like, that's the thing. Ace doesn't have crazy posts. Like, if you talk to him, then you have to know how to interview Ace Bailey, right? Like, if you talk to Ace, Ace is like, what you mean? I'm the best. That's how he carries it. So it rubs some people the wrong way. But when you look at the best athletes that you know this, man, this is how these guys feel about themselves.
Sure.
And if you've ever watched him play, like, dog, why wouldn't he feel that way?
Talking with Chris Miles from NBA TV on B. Mitch and Finley, Toby Altizer in for B. Mitch today. What do you make of the stuff coming out about his agent? Because to me, everything that you're laying out about Ace Bailey, fully on board with, and I've never doubted any of that stuff. I believe in the kid, and I think he's supremely talented. And even some of the way that he's approached some of the stuff doesn't really bother me if he has an understanding of, hey, I'm this good, or even, hey, I know I'm probably going to get picked in this range. But then you get some of this stuff about the agent coming out. Do you think that is playing into this at all?
I 100% think that's a huge red flag, and that's the thing I'm most concerned about. And that's why I'm like, he can't go to Philly. If Philly drafts him with Joel Embiid and Paul George, now you're bringing Sharif Cooper's dad into the mix. I'm like, I don't like that. But this is kind of what I'm saying to you. For the Washington Wizards at 6, the way that they've rebuilt the culture, and you don't have that locker room. Like, this isn't an 18-year-old going to the locker room with no offense to Kyle Kuzma and Jordan Poole. This is an 18-year-old going into a locker room with guys that be like, hey, man, this is how we prep. This is how we do this. Hey, this is our plan. This is what I'm saying about this new Wizards regime, especially covering the Thunder and knowing that there's ties to both the Thunder and Joe Dumars with the Pelicans. Like the group that's in DC now, you know, they command that different respect around the league as far as understanding what it's like to build winning basketball. And I think that they could weather an Ace Bailey as opposed to in the past. I'd be like, man, you better hope you get VJ Edgecombe or Con Knipple there. You can't have Ace coming in. Like, that's what you're asking is a very real concern. And I trust what the Wizards have done the last 2 years to bring in someone like that. And I think that would be phenomenal. But I don't think that many teams are going to bump their heads and let them fall to 6.
Yeah. I can say this as a lifelong Bullets Wiz fan. I love to hear you say the people they've got put together are respected around the league and that you think that they can be kind of the right environment. Talking with our buddy Chris Miles, NBA TV. You can give him a follow at Chris Miles TV via the Rude Guest Hotline. So you don't think Ace gets there. It seems like the two dudes that will be there are Trey Johnson or Jeremiah Fears. It sounds like you lean Trey over Fears.
So a crazy interesting thing with those two. So, and VJ Edgecombe as well. I had their EYBL Scholastic games for the NBA actually assigned me, I think it was last March. And when I saw Fears, I said, oh, he's going to be a good 4-year college player. And, oh, he's got some years left in high school. Well, like Cooper Flagg, he classed up. When I saw him in college, I was like, wait, that's the same kid? When I saw his workouts, I'm like, his body's completely different. Like, who is this kid? He's like, he just is athletically bounced off the page. Now, Trey Johnson, I think you have to understand there's certain players, when you see him on a basketball court, you just know, like, all right, that's different. Whatever, the rules don't apply to him. And the first time I called his game, he was playing against Fears, and Trey Johnson scored 11 points 8 points in 11 seconds. So he hit a three. His teammate, Jasper Johnson, was going to Kentucky, got a steal, threw it back. He hit another three. Team called timeout. They came down, missed a shot, threw it down. He made a layup. 8 points that fast. And when I asked him about it after the game, he's just like, yeah, you know, sometimes I get more opportunities. He was so like, this is what I do. And I'm like, all right, maybe this kid is just a little, like, doesn't understand the moment. And when I watched him at Texas, I'm like, this is just who he is. He's a scorer. You can't teach it. He's the best shooter in the gym whenever he's in there, whether it's at the combine, at a practice, with Team USA. Like, if you want to have a guy that you think pencil him in for 25 points per game in 3 years from now, he's the guy.
When you look at Jeremiah Fears, he's someone that I have to tell myself that I can't fall in love with, because every single time I watch this guy, he's so incredible. But I tell myself, as you know, looking at this stuff, I can't take a guard that can't shoot the three ball. Do you think that's something that if you draft him, you obviously get the incredible athletic traits? He's still only 18 years old. Do you think he's got the stroke that he can develop into a good enough three-point shooter that everything else is still fine to build off of that?
Absolutely. And so here's the thing. When I mention the other players, that one of those guys have to be there, including Malawat, I just wouldn't take Fears over those guys, if you're understanding what I'm saying. But when I look at Fears and his feel for the game, the only player I think of is Tyrese Halliburton. I just remember going into that draft and people being like, well, he's slow and he shoots funky and he's not that good from outside and he won't be able to shoot that in the NBA. Here we are in the NBA Finals. He hit 3 threes in the first quarter, game 7, and before he tore his Achilles. Like, you're just like, oh, Fears has that feel for the game. So, like, when I see the percentages, I'm like, yeah, I watched him score against 2 other guys that are going into the draft like it was nothing before his body even developed. And when we talk about age, right, a lot of times it gets a little misconstrued because some guys develop earlier. Like Cooper was this size as a sophomore. Fears wasn't even an NBA prospect as a sophomore, right? So I just think that, I don't know, he might end up being 6'4", 6'5", because his body is just now developing and he's getting way more athletic every 5 months. So I just think that he has a tremendous runway for growth that I don't know if other players have that same runway for growth.
Talking with Chris Miles here from NBA TV. It's a fascinating draft. It sounds like you like Malawach at 6 too, though, for the Wiz.
So here's the thing with him. I first saw him 2021 with the NBA Global Academy. If you guys are not familiar with what that is, now there's one for Africa, South America, Australia, like Josh Giddey's a product of it. Dyson Daniels a product of it before they went to G League Ignite. These kids don't go to high school. They travel the world playing against each other in like the G League players in like the NBA Global Academy. So when I saw Malawach catch it off the backboard and dunk against G League players when he was supposed to be a freshman in high school, I was like, what am I seeing? And then the next 3 years, I saw him just shoot 3-pointers against, NBA players, including Anthony Davis and Joel Embiid. I'm like, at Duke, they did not let him play his game. I'm like, once a team gets him into the NBA and you see that he's going to come in as the 4th or 5th tallest player in the NBA, man, like, how do you just pass that up? And I hear it, like, I've seen people kind of go, oh, he just rolls to the rim. I'm like, that was the weakest part of his game. What you saw at Duke was his agent and his people saying, you got to prove to people that you're strong enough to play around the basket. Like, it's like, imagine someone saying to you, just showcase the weakest part of your game. Everybody knows you can do this other thing already. And he listened to the coaching, and he did that. So that's why I'm so high on him, because I've seen him for 5 years, and he just gets better and better and better. But he's such a capable and good shooter.
Dude, you are such an encyclopedia, and just having been friends with you for a while. Like, I remember before you moved to Atlanta, how frequently you were going to DeMatha and all the local high schools. Like, you're such a hoop head that you are going to watch high school kids play. I love that about you, and I love just like the depth of information on all this stuff. Last thing is, I'm sure you got a busy night tonight. Trades, not necessarily like the Wiz being involved, but I think we saw Jalen Green get traded for Durant, a bigger package, but Green on the move. There's talk of maybe Boston moving some of their guys. How significant do you think the trade market will be tonight around the league, impacting top 5, top 10 picks?
Well, I look at both Charlotte and Utah, and I kind of go, you got, what are you doing with picking 4 and 5? Like, really, what are you guys doing with those picks as opposed to making trades and getting like multiple players with that value, right? So I look at those two teams as the targets of all of these teams trying to trade up. And I know people keep telling me Dylan Harper to the San Antonio Spurs at 2. Logic tells me that doesn't work, because you have De'Aaron Fox, you have Stephon Castle, who's Rookie of the Year last year, and now you're trying to bring in a guard that does exactly what they do. And it didn't work with Fox and Halliburton before in Sacramento. So, like, you're gonna repeat what didn't work in Sacramento in San Antonio. They're too smart for that. So what I'm saying is, unless De'Aaron Fox is moving, which seems absurd since he was traded there at the deadline, it seems odd for them to draft Dylan Harper and to keep him. That's something I'm keeping an eye out on. But yeah, I think that Charlotte and Utah will be the 2 targets. The teams I'm hearing that are trying to trade up the most, really, it seems as if the Atlanta Hawks, who have already been busy, they traded for Kristaps Porzingis. I hear they're trying to get into the top 5 because Malawach has a guarantee that he's not falling to 7. So
does that imply that the guarantee is the Wiz at 6?
No, it doesn't. So that information, I probably shouldn't say this much. That information is from the Pelicans. The Pelicans want Malawach at 7. They were told he's not going to be there, and so they're like, well, there's a couple of centers. Who else we got here? There's Derek Queen. There's, Sorber, but that might be too high for those guys. And so they're kind of in the situation, like, do we trade up 2 or 3 spots to get the guy that we're targeting? But that's coming from Malawach's camp, that he has guaranteed he's not going to be there at 7. I don't know if that's involving the Washington Wizards.
Just quickly, Queen's fit in the pros.
I think, Alperen Şengün is the blueprint for what he can be. And if you watch the NBA Finals, you see Isaiah Hartenstein in the way that he's able to do dribble handoffs and be such a weapon offensively. I think Queen has that kind of value for a lot of teams that are looking to be dynamic offensively. And typically, you only get guys that roll to the rim and dunk, or step back and shoot threes at that position. That's his value in the NBA, and that's where a team that understands that concept with basketball will draft him.
Yeah, I think the right fit, he can help a lot. But the wrong fit is going to be bad.
Unathletic, small for the position, smaller. Like, you know what I mean? It's like if you want somebody to block shots and protect the rim, like he's not Alex Sarr, but in fact, that's like he would be a great compliment to him. Right. A Sarr out there. Queen's a great fit because he plays the completely opposite game.
Yo, thank you for your time. I know you're busy. Enjoy the draft tonight. I know you will.
Appreciate it, Chris.
Oh, yeah. It's a good one. Thanks.
All right. That's our guy, Chris Miles. Give him a follow at Chris Miles TV. Check out his work on NBA TV. Here's what we're going to do real quick. You know what was pleasant this morning? Hot as hell. I had to drive both the girls to camp. I was Mr. Mom. I was just a dad today.
Mm-hmm.
Hot, a little bothered, putting suntan lotion on squirming 9-year-olds. Got in my car, and it was cool, man. Dude, nothing better than a really cold air conditioning car. You know where I buy my cars? Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. Been buying cars there for me probably like close to 10 years. Beamish been buying Kias from Billy and Chantilly for a while. They do great work. My boy Gold's playing golf with McCarthy tomorrow. These are my people, man. They've got convenient locations all over Northern Virginia. They got all the brands you want. I'm a Toyota guy, but they can do it all. They got Kias for B, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Dodge, Chevy, Buick, GMC, Ram trucks. My guy Andy High will sell you a Jeep. They got unmatched selection. They've got great deals. And right now, they got great financing. Plus, if you're looking for a quality certified used vehicle, they got a ton to choose from. Best of all, the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, up to $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance and a lifetime engine guarantee. And this is a big deal, dude. If maybe you're looking to sell a car, they'll pay you up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value. Not 100%, 125. That's extra cash in your pocket, regardless of make, model, year, whatever. You got an old beater at the house? Take it to one of the Oarsman Automotive of Virginia stores. They'll buy that thing. Take it from me and for B, 2 beyond satisfied Oarsman customers. Let's ride together.
This update is powered by Guerrilla Fireworks. The largest fireworks store on the East Coast is now open. Maryland basketball will play Georgetown on November 7th. George Washington men's basketball faces the Hoyas in an exhibition October 18th at Smith Center. A decision on whether or not to expand the NCAA men's and women's basketball tournaments will be made in the upcoming weeks, sources told ESPN. Most likely, they would expand to no more than 76 teams. The NBA draft is tonight, live coverage at 7 on Team 980. The Fan will have coverage with the NBA draft show hosted by Linnell Willingham at 7:30 following Nats baseball. Wizards have picks number 6 and 18 in the first round. Guerrilla Fireworks, the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, is now open, featuring all major brands of firecrackers, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, repeaters, Roman candles, fountains, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia. Guerrilla Fireworks, just 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Everybody in their car, listen to this song. Just know I requested it.
I don't even know who this is.
That makes 2 of us. Jeff?
I bet you don't, Toby.
Yeah, Toby, what a Bama. So Miles just texted me as soon as he jumped off. NBA Central is reporting Ace Bailey's camp has made it known that they do not want him to be drafted by the Hornets or the Jazz. So
come on down to DC.
If we know he's not going 1 or 2, and he doesn't want to get drafted by the Hornets at 4 or the Jazz at 5, and he seems pretty clear he doesn't want to go to Philly, maybe it happens at 6. Jeff brought this up, though, and I think it's a real topic here. Henry Ruggs was an absolute stud at Bama. 12th overall pick in 2020 by the Raiders.
Ridiculously fast.
In 3 seasons at Bama, he scored 24 touchdowns. I mean, he averaged in 3 seasons at Bama 17.5 yards per catch. Why, Brian, give me his 40 time at the combine. Now, Ruggs has obviously made awful decisions. In 2021, he was driving a car at an absurdly fast speed. I think he was drinking, and he killed a woman. He killed this woman named Tina, and her dog, which is awful. Ruggs has gone to prison. Said he has now changed his life. It's a horrific accident, undoubtedly. But if we live in a world where people get second chances and the NFL is about talent, I mean, you see people come back from terrible things. It's an interesting situation, man. He's come out and been completely taking full responsibility, complete attrition for everything that's happened.
I mean, if you listen to the way that Nick Saban talked about him from his time in Alabama, I mean, he was a good kid that obviously made a horrific mistake, and it cost him and him dearly, cost someone their life. But from all accounts, from what you've heard, this is a good guy who's made a bad mistake, which, make what you will of it. But I don't know, JP. It's tough if you're considering, I don't think you could say that he doesn't deserve another chance. I mean, there are guys who have served the time. He's served the time, right? I mean, the first one that comes to my mind is Michael Vick. Totally different situation, obviously, totally different crime, but something that he went to jail, served his time, came out, and then he was able to play football again. And, if he served the justice that he was deemed to serve, then I don't see a reason he shouldn't get a second chance. I don't know if I would give him a second chance here, but I would fully understand if someone wanted to sign him if that's the case.
So he is not out of jail yet. He's eligible to get out of jail next year. Let's give the good and the bad on this. So Ruggs was driving a car November of 2021, middle of his, I'm reading now from Sports Illustrated, middle of his second NFL season. He pleaded guilty to felony DUI resulting in death and misdemeanor vehicular manslaughter. Ruggs was driving at an estimated 156 miles per hour. And while he refused a field sobriety test, a blood test taken 2 hours after the incident showed Ruggs' blood alcohol content was still more than twice the legal limit. That's as horrific as it gets. He has since come out. I guess he took part in an event called a Hope for Prisoner event, where he says he wished he could turn back the hands of time and he'd love for people to meet the real Henry Ruggs and not the one that was escaping from something. 26-year-old then explained how that escape for him through drinking was trying to get away from the expectations of being the 12th pick in the draft. I'm reading again from SI. Eventually, people will start to look forward, and Ruggs' public appearance was at least a reminder that he's eligible for parole in early August 26, a little over a year from now. At that point, he'll be 27 and at least on paper in the heart of his athletic prime. It's unclear whether the NFL will suspend him. I checked in with the league office and was told the matter would be reviewed ahead of reinstatement. They're going to suspend him. Side note. This is from Albert Breer. As for whether a team would pick him up, I think, provided he could show teams he's learned and grown from a terrible, fatal mistake, he would get a second chance, really for two reasons. First, if he can still run like he used to. What was the 40 time, White Brian?
4.27.
4.27.
I mean, he was the fastest until Xavier Worthy, right?
If he can still run like he used to, he has an element of speed that every team is always looking for. Second, his reputation off the field coming out of Bama was really, really good. That doesn't fix what he's done, but it's reason to believe that he's going to give himself the best chance to rebuild his life and give some team real value. I'll call my shot on this right now. Andy Reid and the Chiefs. I mean, Andy Reid has a history of giving guys the second chance. You mentioned Vic earlier. Where did Vic go? Philly.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. The accident is so awful, but this is a young man who's in prison. Like, that's a complicated story right there.
It's so complicated, and you have to weigh everything, and it's one of those that you could look at as, you know, depending upon how you want the story to go, it can be a story of redemption of a guy who made a horrible mistake and a guy who cost someone their life, and you can't ever run from those facts. But he served the time and then came back and was able to maybe carve himself out a career. You could also go the flip side and say, you've got a guy who cost someone their life and you're going to have them on your football team. Like, depending upon the narrative that whoever wants to create, it's just going to create so much media storm. And you have to understand. I
was there. I was in the locker room when a young woman died at Monte Nicholson's house, and he hadn't been active for a few weeks. And then they activated him that week. Now, there's all sorts of speculation, but there was no legal, to my knowledge anyway, at the time, certainly, there was no legal accusation towards Monte, but that happened.
Yeah. Yeah, and
there are probably, sadly, a lot of examples we can give of horrific things that happen.
Yeah, I mean, even here in D.C., there's other examples. So it's tough. I mean, I don't know what the right answer is. You have to understand that there's going to be a lot of stuff that comes with it, whether it's good or the bad. You have to take all of it with it. And if a team views that as worthwhile for a guy that, like you said, I mean, there's not many guys in the NFL, maybe only one or two, that have that kind of speed, that he was dynamic as well. You know, I think when you watch Xavier Worthy play football compared to how Henry Ruggs played football, Xavier Worthy felt much more straight line speed, whereas Henry Ruggs felt Tyreek Hill-ish.
Yeah.
Right? Like his ability to go back and forth and get in and out of breaks felt like he could be really dynamic. And he got off to a slow start. There's no question about it in his career. And maybe that's part of why he was talking about the pressure that he was feeling, trying to live up to that expectation. But wouldn't surprise me at all, like you're saying, whether it's the Chiefs or another team giving him a second chance. I don't know that I see that here in Washington, but I mean, it's just, it's such a tough situation. Just so tough.
Jeffrey, you seem like you wanted to say something there.
I would give him a chance. Whatever team he goes to, they have the leverage. like we said, this dude was was the 12th overall pick. I don't think he let himself go in prison. It's a thing. You can find it on TikTok and everything. Prison workouts are insane, and if he kept his body up, I don't mind giving him a second chance if he served the time that the law has given him. And I think it'll be a steal. Like you said, he ran a 4.2. If he still got that speed, if he didn't let himself go, like I said, the team have the leverage. They can give him the minimum deal, and you never know. He may have a minimum deal for the first how many years they sign him.
He wasn't exactly balling with the Raiders. In 2 seasons, he had 50 catches for under 1,000 yards. Now those are some bad Raiders teams.
I also think he was viewed when he was drafted as overdrafted. He was drafted in a typical Raiders move of
just want the speed,
straight off speed. But I mean, he was still at worst an early second round talent, and then he got drafted a little bit higher because of his 40 time, probably a little bit similar to what Xavier Worthy had, where maybe he gets bumped up the board because he's just got spectacular speed. But
I don't know what the answer is. What should happen with Ruggs? I think the answer to what will happen, somebody's going to take a shot
for sure.
Like, that's a cutthroat ass business, man. And if you can help me win, if you can get vertical,
well,
let's at least see if you still got it. I'm not saying
he got a point to prove.
I'm not saying he makes a roster. I'm not saying he has a catch in a game, but he'll get a chance. He'll get a workout. He'll get a look.
I mean, to Jeff's point, like, if you're a franchise and you're willing to deal with some of the backlash that you'll get, some of the ramifications, you also hold all the leverage. If anything happens, adios, right? Like, I mean, he's on a super short leash on literally anything off the field. From accounts, like you said, maybe it seems like he's turned a corner. And before he had this incident and this tragedy, he was thought of as a good guy off the field. Saban's talked about as much. So you would hold all the cards. And if it didn't work out, you move on and you cut the guy before training camp and it's no big deal. I don't know. It's just, personally, if I were running a team, I don't know that I would do it, but somebody for sure will.
I agree with that. Coming up at 1:00, it's the official B. Mitch and Finley without B. Mitch NBA mock draft. You didn't know this was Led Zeppelin?
No, JP, not at all.
I'd argue you not knowing this is Zeppelin is worse than me not knowing the last song.
All right, so the only
Keep it playing.
Oh, I didn't move on for it, but
Damn.
JP, I only know that from 007 when you're at the loading menu and it's all the files on Nintendo 64 and it's like, da-na-na, da-na-na,
I think that's a different
da-na-na.
song.
You sure? Because I swear that's the 007 song. And that song is on Call of Duty. Like that little da-na-na.
All the people driving around right now. You're on the Beltway. You're on Route 50. You're on 66.
You can shame me. I don't care.
I just want to apologize for wasting the last 48 seconds of your life.
Whatever. You the one who you don't know that song. I'm telling you what I know it from.
Hey, man, everybody's got Christmas. I'm glad you like that song. It's a jam. My 6-year-old, I had to drive her to camp today. My 6-year-old might be a legit metalhead. Whenever it's just she and I in the car, she's like, Daddy, drive fast and play rock and roll. So I hope my wife's not listening. So, dude, I'll punch it for her. Like if we're on Claire Barton, so like I punch it for like a second, which she thinks is cool to hear the engine go. And I was playing Metallica, and I cranked it. Little 6-year-old blonde girl with pigtails listening to Hero of the Day. What a way to start your morning.
That's hilarious.
1 o'clock is our mock draft. You'll be shocked to know we're still ironing out the rules and the plans of our mock draft. I believe we're going to have 6 mock drafters. Myself, Tobo, White Brian, Bennett, who nobody can tell the difference unless you're looking at the two of them. Then Ben, I was going to get Bees on the phone, and then Jeffrey. Jeff is thinking we should all just make a Wizards pick. But for me, I don't think you could just make a Wizards pick without knowing how the board went to get to number 6. So now I think we got 7 people making 6 picks, which sounds like it's going to go for 4 hours.
Yeah, we should have started at 10 a.m.
Without B here to just decide stuff, we're kind of a rudderless ship.
Yeah, if it's 6 of us, let's just pick Wizards, bro.
Yeah, well, this is
because you're going to go.
This is a
from
peak
1 o'clock to
forever
120.
moment.
You're going to go from 1 o'clock to 120 alone.
Jeff, me and you trying to run things is just like the 2 stoner funny guys without a whole lot of whatever. We'll see how it goes. Like between Lamphill and B, like the 2 hard ass dudes, whatever. We're going to figure it out.
We'll cross that bridge when we get
we'll figure
there.
it out, dude.
It'll get done.
People are excited for it. The anticipation is building because not only did they not know how it's going to go, we don't know how it's going to go. I also, at 1:30, I want to talk some stadium stuff. There's been some conversation around RFK Stadium, and I think it's a little, I don't want to say the wrong thing here. I'm not saying misguided or anything, but like Toby, if I tell you I'm not ruling out moving to Indiana, does that imply that I'm moving to Indiana?
No.
Right. So if somebody says they're not ruling out a retractable roof at the new RFK Stadium, it hardly means they're saying we're building a retractable roof.
The thing I hate about retractable roofs, JP, is so many stadiums have
you
them.
are missing the point.
And they never use them.
Right. It's just you add so much cash to your bottom line, and it kind of seems like they're fighting over money.
Yeah.
Like you got to try to think the big picture here. There's just a couple little things that I think are just because nothing is finished yet, you can't make definitive proclamations on things. But that doesn't mean the other thing's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, they're just leaving options open. Wouldn't you do that if you're not tied down, right? You're leaving options open.
I mean, we're leaving options open for our mock draft, which is slated to start in 10 minutes. Now, I want to be fair to my guy. Now, Ben Strober does get to make his mock draft picks coming up here in 10 minutes. Shocker, we have not heard back from B. Mitch or Landfill. We invited them to take part. But Strober, tell me what you thought about the Jordan Poole trade. I know you run the Locked On Wizards podcast. Just turn the mic on, boys. Just turn it on.
He's plugging his headphones.
I mean, he was listed on the sheet in this segment.
I mean, to his defense, JP, you went to him at 12:53.
Yeah, let's go.
All right. Well, thoughts on the Jordan Poole trade? I think at first glance, when you see Jordan Poole leave, who's been really the only somewhat decent score the Wizards have had over the past couple seasons. It's a little tough to see a guy like that go, a guy that had become a young vocal leader in that locker room. He put his locker next to Bub Carrington, helped him get through a really tough time when his dad passed at the end of the season. And the dudes in the locker room for the Wizards really rocked with Jordan Poole. And you can tell with the way they reacted on social media. But this was a move that I think the Wizards had to make to move forward here, because now that you essentially dump Sadiq Bey and Jordan Poole, those guys had 2 years left on their deal, and you pick up Kelly Olynyk, CJ McCollum, and then you pair that with a couple other guys like Chris Middleton, Marcus Smart, Rashawn Holmes, who are also on expiring deals. The Wizards are going to clear $85 million in cap next offseason with just 3 players.
They go get
getting
Giannis
off the books. And that opens the door, because NBA free agency is practically dead at this point. But the way the Wizards are trying to essentially emulate the formula that we've seen from Oklahoma City, where you stack up as many assets as possible. And these guys that the Wizards have brought in are going to be big for them going forward, because they can be moved at the trade deadline to pick up more assets. The Wizards are essentially going to become a hub for picking up bad contracts, which is what they've been now for the past couple seasons. But that's kind of how the NBA works. It's just circulating bad contracts that come around. And this benefits the Wizards, especially long-term, because a couple of years from now, when the team is ready to compete again, they have a big decision to make on what guys they want to pay and keep around here. And then the proponent of actually going out there and trying to trade for another superstar player to put alongside someone. And now the door is open for who you get tonight in the draft. If Ace Bailey truly does fall to the Wizards, that's the guy you want to mold into your superstar player. And you can get some even more talent, all-star caliber players around him as well. And I love having a guy like Chris Middleton to maybe be the guy that teaches Ace Bailey the tricks of the trade. I think that is the perfect guy for him. And that's why I'm really hoping Bailey's the pick tonight.
All right. That dude could go. Turn the mic on. Hell, kill a couple segments. Next time that other dude comes in here to ask me about the second apron, send him his way.
He can explain it. We can't.
All right. That was a good little precursor. Ben said a lot there. If you want to hear more from him, check out the Locked On Wizards podcast. He hinted that people were upset Jordan Poole got traded. Ooh.
Yeah, I think a lot of Wizards fans were frustrated.
Yes.
There are plenty
in
of
the
Wizards
trenches
fans.
of X. They were mad.
Yeah.
They were like, what are we doing?
X, everybody's mad.
But you gotta remember, JP, that's a lot of the fan base. They can't come on the radio and express themselves like you and I, so they let it fly on Twitter.
But there's a lot of fans that really liked Jordan Poole because, and I understand their point, because he actually became a good leader for the young guys. They really, really liked him in the locker room. So I understand it. I'm personally not the biggest fan of the trade necessarily, but I understand where they're going with it. I think there was a large portion of the fan. Well, there's a decent number of people who are frustrated with the trade, but I think if you don't see the vision,
why?
Because they like Jordan Poole. Like
they just like him as a player. You can fill it up.
I think they liked him as a guy and a player, and I think when you look at Jordan Poole, you know, he's been in the league for 6 years, but he's 26. Like, it's not like he couldn't be a part of something 3 and 4 years down the line. So
then you got to pay him.
Yeah.
All right. Without further ado, when we return, the B. Mitch and Finley NBA mock draft without B. Mitch, and we don't know how it's going to go. Nobody go anywhere.
This update brought to you by the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational. NBA Draft center stage tonight for the Washington Wizards as they have picks number 6 and 18, fresh off the big trade yesterday, getting C.J. McCollum, Kelly Olynyk, and a second-round pick from the Pelicans. McCollum averaged 21 last year and Olynyk close to 11 per game. The Rockets guard Fred VanVleet gets a new 2-year deal worth $50 million. NCAA men's and women's basketball tournaments could be pushed to 76 teams as early as this season. A decision on whether or not that's going to happen is coming up in a few weeks, according to ESPN. The schedule includes George Washington against Georgetown October 18th in an exhibition. The Hoyas will also play the Maryland Terrapins in a game that counts November 7th at Xfinity Center. Padres beat the Nationals 4-3 yesterday. Nationals led 3-0 but could not hold the lead. Trevor Williams allowed 4 runs in 5 innings. Today at 3:40, it's the pregame show, Padres and Nats live here on The Fan. Mackenzie Gore against Nick Pivetta. Edmonton Oilers trade winger Evander Kane to the Canucks. Indiana Fever wave guard forward Dewana Bonner, who says the team fit did not work out. Mark your calendar. It's the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational coming up June 27th through the 29th at the Fredericksburg Convention Center, hosted by Black Horse Tattoo Studio. Live tattooing, contests, and family-friendly fun. Get your tickets at fxbgtattooinvitational.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Toby, you ever seen Dazed and Confused?
I have not. No.
I bet I'm the only person among the 6 of us that has. You seen it, Bennett?
Who's in that?
My guy. It's
I
an
have seen it.
ensemble cast.
It's a great movie.
It's McConaughey's breakout film. It was McConaughey's like first.
You gotta
Ben
keep
Affleck's
living,
in it.
man.
Oh, I've seen clips from this.
Yeah, it's a fantastic movie. I
Never
recommend
heard of it.
Never heard it? Jeff, you'd like it. It's 1970s Texas. You like Varsity Blues?
Yeah, Varsity Blues was cool.
Ride with me on this one. All right. So it's mock draft time. Here's what we've determined. So at first we were all just going to go around and make picks, but I don't know that anybody cares about White Brian's Utah Jazz pick, right?
I mean, I do. I might throw 20 cents on it.
That's true. Shout out to White Brian's betting habits. Instead, what we're going to do, everybody lay out the top 5 relatively quickly, and then who the Wiz take at 6 because of that. And I can't imagine any of us have any discrepancy at 1 and 2.
Yeah, so maybe start at 3.
I think we'll be able to. That's a good idea. Does anybody think it won't be Flag or Harper? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay, so you just have to give 3, 4, 5, 6. Toby, start us off.
All right, 3rd pick, going to be VJ Edgecombe out of Baylor. 4th pick, JP's guy, Con Knipple, goes to the Charlotte Hornets. 5th pick.
It is wild how everybody has Knipple going 4th, and everybody's like, I don't think he's that good. Clearly, people do.
I like him. I wouldn't take him there, but it seems like Charlotte's been linked to him a lot, so I'll go with him there. 5th, Trey Johnson. With a 6th pick, the Wizards end up with Ace Bailey. He's the most enigmatic guy in this draft. Everybody's talking about him because they can't get a read on this guy. And they can't get a read on him because he didn't work out for any teams in the pre-draft process. But in terms of raw talent, I think he's the 2nd most talented guy in this draft behind Cooper Flag. I think you just look at his game, and it looks like a game that you can make some big some tweaks to. You can improve some things, and he has superstar potential. His shot-making ability is second to none in this NBA draft. I mean, the stuff that he was able to make at Rutgers, you're looking at wondering, how in the heck is he consistently knocking down these shots? Now, there are some red flags to me. I think his handle is pretty loose. I think his shot selection could use some work, but I think those are all things that you can develop. And if that's the case, I think he has the highest upside of anybody you could get at 6. So give me Ace Bailey to the Wizards.
Okay, who'd you have going 5?
Trey Johnson.
Okay. All right. The picks are in. Toby has Ace Bailey sliding to the Wiz at 6. Let's go to my man Bennett. He's one of the people that's seen Dazed and Confused.
Yeah, so I am not one of those people that think Ace Bailey will be there at 6. I think the Sixers are going to pick him at 3.
Okay. I think that'll be a disaster, but okay.
It may be.
For
it
them.
may be.
All right, so Bennett says Bailey at number 3, which really opens this thing up. Continue.
I could be very wrong. Then I have Edgecombe. If Edgecomb's in Charlotte, don't think Charlotte can pass him up. And then I have Trey Johnson going to the Jazz and Jeremiah Fears at 6 for the Wiz.
You're leaving Knipple on the board?
I do.
You've lost all your days of confused credit.
All right, that's fine.
All right, so you have them taking Fears?
I do.
Why?
It's an open starting point guard spot. And I think Jeremiah Fears is very good. I think he would fit in well with the Wizards. And that's all I can say right now.
The only thing, I really like Jeremiah Fears. And
you said you're trying to limit how much you like him.
Because if I watched him all the time...
You're like in middle school and don't want the girl to know you like her.
Yeah. He's my exact type of player that I would draft. And the issue is he has the major red flag. I can't take a guard that can't shoot. And he couldn't shoot in high school. He couldn't shoot at Oklahoma. The stroke looks good. But when you shoot 20% from 3, under 30% at all, coming into... I can't take you. Even though he can get anywhere on the floor, he can make passes, he can get to the rim and finish. If you can't shoot from 3 in the NBA, we've seen how that's played out with guards for years. It just doesn't work, especially recently.
Who's my guy from Wisconsin?
Johnny Davis.
Yeah, how'd that go?
Yeah, exactly.
Jeff, you notice Toby's talking about he has a type and the stroke looks good?
That man been outside lately. The heat got him acting
Toby's
different.
finally starting to live. All right, well, we can't go from Bennett to White Bryan because nobody will know the difference. So we'll go to Jeff. Jeff, you're up.
Okay, so I was with Toby on Edgecombe and Knipple, but I think the Jazz are going to pick up Jeremiah Fears. And I was torn between Trey Johnson and Ace Bailey, but after that little quote that Chris Miles said when he was talking about how his teammates were like, he always like a workhorse. He wants to get up with them at 5 a.m. and work out. I love that. So I'm taking Ace Bailey at 6 for the Wizards.
I want to change my pick.
What a hater.
That's my biggest, youngest hater right there. The youngest hater in charge.
Toby said he chirps people nowadays.
I'll chirp Jeff.
If you missed any of our interview with NBA TV's Chris Miles, that was at noon. You can get it on the Odyssey app, but you can also get it wherever you listen to your podcast. It was awesome. Miles has seen all these guys in person, has talked to all their coaches.
He's so good.
He's so good, and he's so dialed on hoops. All right, so we now have 2 Ace Baileys and 1 Jeremiah Fears. Let's let my man Bennett go.
You mean Ben?
Ben. Listen.
I know.
We got to do what? Ben,
So is your real name Benjamin?
Yeah, my name is Ben. You can call me Strober.
Benji.
What's your last name, Bennett?
My last name is Solomon.
Golly.
They're both BS.
Would you believe that one of Bennett's first shift was Ben Standing hosting? I was board hopping and Bennett was here, and Ben Standing goes, we have me, Ben Standing, and then we have Ben over there, and then Bennett over there as well.
B. Mitchell Landfill take vacation. We're full of BS. All right, Strober.
Let's, you guys are forgetting something very important about this NBA draft. I'll start off with that, and I'll get into it. VJ Edgecombe to Philadelphia at 3. It makes sense. I think it's a really good fit. And I think Philadelphia, if Embiid plays, which is always a wild card, he probably won't play. That makes a lot of sense. They could be a scary team. Knipple goes number 4 to Charlotte. I think the writing's just been on the wall for that. I could actually see him going 3, but I'll just stick with what I'm going with here. At number 5, Brooklyn is going to trade up for that pick and take Jeremiah Fears. I think they've been really high on him throughout this process. Brooklyn has 5 first-round picks in this draft. They have it's insane. That doesn't even make any sense. They're going to trade some of those picks to move up here and get their guy in Fears. The Wizards get Ace at 6, who fall right into their lap. And then Trey Johnson goes to New Orleans at 7. Utah will probably get Malawach at 8 because it's going to be crazy that he's still there.
Okay.
He gave you the extensive.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I first started doing radio hits, I just never stopped talking. People put me on, be like, yeah, Finley will kill an hour. All right, White Brian. Give the people what they want.
Yeah, I also have Edgecombe going 3. I also have the Nets trading up into the top couple picks here, but they're trading up to 4 to take Ace Bailey. Knippel goes 5.
Just a hater.
And the Wizards end up with 2025 Rookie of the Year, Trey Johnson.
Ooh.
Okay.
Rookie of the Year. You know what I want them to do, JP? I don't think they can do it because I don't think they want to move. Chris Miles alluded to this with number 2. I would love for the Wizards to trade up to 2 and take Dylan Harper. I would love that. Find a way to make that work. You got 6 and 18. You've got some young talent on this team that
I don't think the Spurs get off that.
I don't think they do, but I would be really intrigued. I'd be making phone calls all the way up until they officially turn in that card. Because Dylan Harper, to me, is just, he's a franchise type guy. I think Ace Bailey can, but there's more red flags in terms of his playing style, not even off the court stuff, just playing style. I would love to have Dylan Harper.
How did it make you feel when Miles said that Caleb Williams as a person is kind of an apt comp to what's going on with Ace Bailey's pre-draft stuff?
It's weird because he apparently wants to come to the Wizards, right? I mean, it'd be one thing. The Caleb Williams stuff was he didn't want to go to Chicago, and so he was trying to find another place. He ends up going to Chicago. Where was Caleb Williams' spot? Because I think it's totally different. If Caleb Williams' spot was, I don't know, New England at 3, and he ended up in New England, would it be a little bit of a different conversation? Ace Bailey sounds like his spot is DC. Like he's telling all the teams ahead. He's not taking workouts. It kind of sounds like he wants to come here. And if he wants to come here, fine.
It does kind of seem like he might just want to be here.
Yeah.
I'm into that. All right, here's mine. And it's pretty chalky. Flag 1, Harper 2. I just don't think the Spurs ever think they're going to be that high again for a while. And so you just take, I mean, the Spurs all of a sudden, Wemby, what's up with Wemby's health? Wasn't that like a pretty serious thing? Blood clots or whatever?
Yeah, I think he's doing fine now.
Okay.
He's hanging out with the monks.
Yeah. He's
I feel like you would do well in that environment, White Brian.
I think so too.
Yeah. White Brian's taking a vow of silence and works in radio. Does Rose talk a lot?
Not really, no.
Very quiet house?
Pretty quiet.
You guys strike me as more cat people than dog people, which might...
We are getting a cat.
Of course you are, because you don't have a dog, despite your dog mom cup.
Yeah, I was going to say, the animals probably make more noise in that house.
Yeah, we'll be getting a cat next week.
Good God, when does football season start? Cooper Flag 1, Dylan Harper 2, Edgecombe 3. I've seen this all along, and it fits to me because Charlotte has some guys that can fill it up that, like, they could use somebody that just does everything. I think Knippel goes to the Hornets.
Will you be crestfallen if he's taken before 6?
No, because I'm prepared for it. I don't think he's there at 6. And, dude, I'll be honest. I really like Con, and much of this is based off watching highlights, which probably don't tell you the whole story. You should probably watch some lowlights, too. You know that Mike Shanahan, before drafts, liked to only watch highlights of the guys he wanted?
That makes you feel good about him, right?
Because his thing was, I'm going to get them to play at their best, so show me their best.
Yeah, I like that.
Didn't really work.
No, but I don't hate that idea. Like, if a guy can do it once as a coaching mantra, I can get him to do it again, right?
If you're going to date a girl, do you only want to see the pictures she puts on Instagram, or do you want to see real life? Because they have a way of lighting and like that weird arm bend and leaning backwards. Could be a little gut involved the way they can make pictures look. You need to see the real thing.
Yeah.
I want to see the highs and the lows.
Non-Photoshop.
Give me the highs, man. I got Flag, Harper, Edgecombe, Knippel. Trey Johnson goes 5th to the Jazz. And then Ace Bailey, bang.
I like
Washington Wizard.
What's your reaction going to be if that's tonight? Ace Bailey gets announced as a 6th pick.
I'm in. I don't know if you know this about me, Toby. I'm Mr. Optimistic.
Yeah, I'm fully in on Ace Bailey.
I'm talking to hear the phrase that the Wizards have the right culture for a guy like Ace Bailey. Hard to think those words could be said about the organization of Gilbert Arenas and Javaris Crittenden.
Well, and I think he fits exactly what they need. They need a scorer. They need a wing. Because you think about what they're trying to do now with Bob Carrington being set as the point guard, and he's going to be ball dominant. You got Ace Bailey, who's a shot creator. You got Bilal Coulibaly. You've got Alex Sarr. Keyshawn George fits in there somewhere as well. I mean, you've got now a squad of young guys with various talents on the offensive and defensive sides of the floor. I kind of like it. And one of the things that Ace Bailey's camp, it seemed like, was preaching, and part of the reason why Washington is so attractive for him, is they wanted to get him on the floor early and often. And they wanted him to play, 25, 30 minutes as a rookie. Look around the NBA last year. Find a team that played more young guys than the Washington Wizards last year. Keyshawn was out there every time he could be out there.
He was good,
Bob
dude.
played all 82 games. Sarr was out there as often as he could be out there. They're going to play their young guys. And if they lose, then fine, right? Like, that's part of the process. But let the young guys go out there and play. And so I think if you're Ace Bailey's camp, that's probably part of why Washington's so attractive. You can go out there and build a chemistry with these young guys. You're going to get an opportunity to play as many minutes as you can handle. I think it's great if he ends up here because I think you can develop him, and I think he has the highest potential of anybody you could get at 6.
I agree with that with a carve-out. Doesn't Malawach have the highest potential of anybody you could get at 6? Just with the size, like,
Sure.
You can't get that. If he has an offensive game,
Yeah, I mean,
that's something else entirely.
if he can
If you're going
develop,
straight, like, what is the complete fullest lottery ticket potential of this kid? Isn't it him over Ace? Or do you think Ace is could be that good of an offensive force?
I think Ace can be that good.
What is Ace's best ceiling comp?
Scoring style?
Just all
Well, I
of
want to
it.
hear White Brian.
Kevin Durant.
Yeah, that's
He's
what I
not
was
the
gonna-
shooter, though.
No, he's
Durant was a shooter.
but he's a different style. Like he
and
doesn't.
Durant's bigger. Didn't they say Ace was a little shorter than
He
they
is.
expected?
He's also going to grow a little bit. He's 19, so he's going to grow a little bit. So,
Only way I was growing at 19 was out.
I see why White Brian say KD.
but if
It's-
you
He
watch
constantly
highlights,
hits that elbow shot.
yeah, that
The-
mid range,
That mid range. He's a mid range assassin.
So that's one of the things that I like about him. Obviously, that's probably his strong suit is that mid range pull up. It's also a thing that scares me about him, and that's why it's an interesting dichotomy for me, JP. Because if I were at 3, if I were the Sixers, I would not take Ace Bailey. But at 6, when some of the other options that
It's
maybe I'd take over him are gone, I would take him because he lives on that mid range pull up. And if you watch him at Rutgers, that mid range pull up is contested and he knocks it down. It's a little different at the NBA level. If that mid range pull up is still contested, chances are you're not knocking it down. I think his handle's a little bit loose. But I, again, think that's all stuff that you can clean up and work on and turn him into a really, really good player. I think as a scorer, he's never going to be KD because there's never going to be another KD. That he's one of the greatest scorers of all time. But
Is a better comp for this kid like a you hope he becomes like a Paul George or a Kawhi? I just Durant to me is something
No, I
else.
hope he do not become a Paul George.
He
Paul
just-
George was really good for a while.
I just think his
And then he
highlights
just fell
remind
off.
you of Durant.
Yeah, I mean he's also in his 30s.
Both those guys are all-time defenders too. I don't know if Ace Bailey projects as a
Yeah.
good
He's just
defender.
Yeah,
he's-
definitely Kawhi.
he's just that long, lanky guy that can shoot over the top of guys. That's where you get the Durant comp, right?
Someone-
That's where you get that.
Someone proposed a trade and said the Spurs give Milwaukee number 2 and De'Aaron Fox for the number 2 and the Greek Freak. I meant for the Greek Freak.
They're not trading Giannis.
There's been talk of Giannis to the Spurs. That's been the whisper
He's
for
not
a while.
getting traded, though. He's not getting traded.
That would be crazy.
Looking forward to the NBA draft tonight. At 1:45, our guy Bees has some deep cuts. If you're looking for action tonight, Bees got some winners. Next, so I want to have a conversation about RFK Stadium, where it is, what's going to happen. Nobody go anywhere. But if you are going somewhere, say you want to go to your backyard and you want to enjoy yourself, you need to go by Offenbachers. They have everything it takes to make your backyard spectacular. They've done it in my house. I got all my outdoor furniture from Offenbachers. But it's not just the dope outdoor furniture they have. They've got these swim spas that could completely change your house. Toby's rich, right? He's thinking about building a pool in his backyard. Toby, that's going to cost you $250,000. You get a swim spa put in, do a cool little build out around it, make it look like a deck with a pool, cost you $40,000. Save $200,000, Toby. I'm telling you, if you are looking for swim spas, whirlpools, hot tubs, any of that stuff, Offenbachers is the place to be. What I'm going to get from them eventually, if I can ever figure out the space in my tiny ass house, a sauna. You got the saunas you can have at your house, the infrared or the rocks, whatever you prefer. Sauna's really, really good for you. What I like to do is the sauna into the cold plunge. Nothing is an up and a down for your body. You do a sauna, get your body temp up around 100, then you get in a cold plunge. It's like chugging 8 Red Bulls. I mean, it is a natural set of endorphins or whatever that is, dopamines. Something happens to your body. You feel like you could go ride 110 miles on a bicycle like B-Mitch. You want to feel like B-Mitch? Go to Offenbacher's. Get some outdoor furniture, get a sauna, get a cold plunge. 4 locations around the area, or you can check them out at Offenbachers.com.
This update brought to you by the Chesapeake Bay Sox. Purchase tickets at baysox.com. You can feel the excitement in the air for the Washington Wizards with 2 of the top 18 picks in the first round of the NBA draft. Taking a look at a potential pick at number 6, Ace Bailey, the small forward, is what CBS Sportsline says Washington will pick there. He averaged 18.7 rebounds and close to 2 assists per game last year for Rutgers. Then at number 18, Liam McNeely, the small forward from Connecticut, stands 6'7". He was a freshman, averaging 14.5 is the pick. Interesting note from NCAA men's and women's basketball, the tournament could expand to 76 teams, and that decision could come in the upcoming weeks, according to ESPN. Join the Chesapeake Bay Sox for Educator Appreciation Week. Teachers and educators show your school ID at the box office and receive 2 general admission tickets to that night's game. Closer to home, closer to the action. Get tickets at baysox.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Fresh. Now, I rock with this, Jeff. Let's let it play. That's my DJ. That's my. So if anybody knows Daryl Johnson, photog at Monumental, good friend of mine, known him a long time. Whenever I see Daryl Johnson, I go, go DJ. I assume he knows why I've done that forever, but it's because of this song. DJ, I hope you enjoy that. Shout out to DJ. I assume I will see him this weekend. Big wedding this weekend on the Eastern Shore. I got a wedding in Erie, Pennsylvania on Saturday, and then one in Easton, Maryland on Sunday.
Got a lot of people getting married, JP.
Except you.
Well, I wasn't going to say it, but correct.
How close are you to getting married?
How far can you get from being married?
Are you closer to getting married or playing in the NBA?
Playing in the NBA.
Give me your 5'9",
5'8",
$170.
I wish, but
okay.
Yeah.
We need a call segment to get Toby some girlfriends, just some dates. I don't know how that'll go.
I told him let me be his hitch. I get him some dates.
Again, you and JP are at the bottom of the list of guys.
Why am I at the bottom? I'm married.
I got crazy, family. Toby. I DJ
church.
Events in which women who are lawyers and have good careers and look good, they come to these events. Get you a lawyer or something, man.
I got me a lawyer.
Yeah.
JP's above Jeff. There's no question about that.
I got me an accountant. Like
J-Dogs forever. We know what we're doing.
We know our choice on women. We know which ones to go on.
Listen, B-Mitch and Mullins aren't here, okay?
Yeah.
So of the current 6 of us, Jeff and I are still at the bottom of the list. White Brian's boring ass. 2 dudes named Ben. You got me and Jeff at the bottom of the list?
All right, you might bump up a little bit.
How would you rank this group, this crew of setting you up with chicks? Now, I might be too old.
Now, hold on. I'm incredibly boring, so White Brian and I probably vibe.
Yeah, but you think Brian knows any women besides his wife? Because I don't.
I mean, I don't know any women either. So
we're aware, Toby. We're trying to fix this. White Brian, unless Rose has single friends, White Brian brings 0 to the table trying to get you a chick. Is that accurate, Brian?
I think you're underestimating my friends.
Okay.
I got friends.
Now we're going somewhere. White Brian, you got any single chicks that might be in for a boring ass dude that wants to watch baseball all the time?
Maybe.
We got to work on our sales pitch. Toby Altizer, very good at the radio.
Middling.
I think you're good, dude. Went to college educated.
Yeah, I did graduate.
Liked Virginia Tech.
Yeah, go Hokies.
Where nobody.
All you have to do is say, you can hear me on radio.
Does that work?
That's all he have to say, bro.
To a woman?
For Toby, yes.
Is that your line, Jeff?
No, not at all. women are just attracted to me. I'm a good-looking bald man, bro. Like, but I'm just saying, Toby, you're in a prime position to be a young man.
Hold on.
Your voice is heard over DC radio. You have accolades. You've been in
Hold on.
Jeff said you're in a prime position to be a young man.
Real quick.
I think he is a young man.
I found someone that JP and Jeff you would be ahead of. Commandante Tequila says that he can find me.
Toby's got the most swag in terms of hat game in the studio.
Nobody wears more DC sports gear than Toby. So we need a chick that's into DC sports, clearly, right?
Yeah. Hey, look, Toby, just be like, I got a ticket. I can get you in the Nets game. It'll probably work for you.
If I may say something here.
That's a good date.
Ryan Clary, who's now like fit and has a girlfriend and like he certainly considers himself a heartthrob.
Yeah, he is.
When he worked for us, we called him Stallion because he hadn't been laid in over a year. And we whipped his ass into shape. And now Stallion is Stallion out there styling and profiling.
He is, yeah.
That you come to our show to get whipped into shape.
Okay.
The afternoon show, I don't know.
All right. I'll get in shape and we'll see what can happen.
All right. So White Brian says he's got chicks. White Brian, you're on the clock. Make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, I have high expectations.
I'm too old.
Would you mind if we made you a Tinder page?
Now that's a segment for the summer.
We're going to make you a Tinder page, and I'm going to be responsible for the profile info.
I mean, that sounds like content.
Yo, that is.
Oh, it's all right. I'm about to download Tinder.
Yo, next week's 4th of July, we got nothing.
Yeah,
I'll do 2 hours on
MLB
that.
All-Star breaks coming up. That sounds like great content.
Speaking of the program, the great Cody Betts texted me. When B. Mitch and Mullins aren't there, it's like a substitute teacher in high school. Anything goes.
So true. So true.
Our guy Greg says his wife might be able to set you up.
Okay.
Now, if Jess gets on the job, I would run with that.
Okay.
Yeah, always run with a woman as your wingman. They can help you more.
Bennett, you got a girlfriend?
Everyone in here.
Yeah, I have 2.5 years.
Oh, you're wifed. How old are you, Bennett?
23.
Damn, dog. Live a little.
Right. Hey, but you got you a good one. Keep her.
I want everybody to be happy. I believe in love. A few things. Yesterday, there were some people with knowledge of the RFK situation did a little talking, and to a lot of people. I think some of the stuff has gotten a little skewed as far as how it's been received. The new RFK Stadium is going to be a dome, right? And it's going to be a dome because they want to be able to have year-round events, and you can guarantee that whatever event you got in there can go. I know people love the weather. It's going to be a dome. There was some talk about a retractable roof. The way it was explained to me is that it's not being ruled out, but I would hardly say that means it's in.
It's not going to happen. They're not going to put a retractable roof. It costs more money.
Right.
Teams that have retractable roofs hardly open them. As a matter of fact, it was a frustration. I worked in Milwaukee before here, and they wouldn't open the stupid thing in the playoffs when the Dodgers,
Brewers?
when the Dodgers were in town and it was 40 degrees. My point was, open the stupid thing up. No, they don't open it. So, like, during the summer months, like, they open it more than other teams. But, like, remember Dallas has a retractable roof, and they opened it, and then sheet metal comes flying down. So, like, I don't quite understand the point of a retractable roof.
I think it adds such a significant cost that if you look at it as a straight cost-benefit analysis, it's really hard to get home on that.
Yeah.
It doesn't add up.
Well, and if you just put windows similar to what you've seen in Minnesota, some of these other newer stadiums, just put windows
have
there.
Super dope windows. And what you can do when the weather is good is maybe you can make those openable. So what could be really cool, especially because they're trying to, I understand people want more parking for tailgating, but like if you live down there, you don't want more parking, you want more restaurants. Like you're trying to please a lot of different people here. And I really think by the time we get to 2030, over half of people going to events at this stadium will be using rideshare.
Yeah.
I think when the driverless, like seeing the driverless rideshare in Phoenix when I was out there for a week last year, every person under the age of 30 was using it, period. Like, I think to try to forecast what something's going to look like in 5 years, and I understand that we have people that drive from my boy Uncle Don Luther, drives from North Carolina for every Skins home game and tailgates his ass off. I love that. Hopefully they'll be able to to the people that have these crazy big tailgates. Hopefully, you'll be able to accommodate them. But you got to try to imagine how much things will be different in another 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, the parking is big, but it's not as big like you said nowadays. Like people are still going to drive to games. There's still going to be quite a few, but how many people are now going to be able to take the metro that wouldn't before? How many people are, like you said, going to take an Uber? And the other part about it too is it's not as if you're Ubering from your house. You could come park down here in the Navy Yard and then Uber over. Like there are different spots around the area that you could come, maybe park for $15-20 instead of whatever it's going to cost over there, and then Uber over. And I think that's something that, I mean, heck, they'll be on the water too. You could take a water taxi over there. There's going to be so many ways to get there.
I also think they'll set up, and Northwest used to do this really well, and then Dan eventually killed everything off. Like they used to do just a ton of shuttles from New Carrollton. You know what I mean? Like you could, at that location, you could set up other points of parking or mass transit and then just shuttle people over. I truly think, for me, it's different working games because I'm there so early and I'm there so late that it's just a different experience. But like the events I go to, I Uber, unless I'm going with the kids, I'm Ubering, period. And
yeah, I mean, like if I were coming down to a Nats game, we obviously work down here, but if I were coming to a Nats game and it was going to be a packed one like it used to be when there would be 35,000 people in the crowd, I'd probably just take the metro down here. Right. If I'm going to a Wizards or a Caps game, I'm taking the metro. So personally, myself, going to the new stadium, having the ability to go take the metro and not have to walk a mile, great. I would love that.
As far as the deadline with the council, I think why it's so important to get this done is I think specifically the Women's World Cup is coming to the United States in 2031. And beyond just your NFL season, the World Cup should have games in D.C., period. And the only chance of that happening is if this joint is open, and I believe it's got to be open by 30 to get a game in 31 to show FIFA we can handle it. I don't know all the specifics. And a lot of these rules that exist, like there used to be rules about sizes of Super Bowl stadiums that has since changed, parking lots for Super Bowl stadiums that has since changed. Rules can always change because the rules are these aren't like laws. It's not like the government's decreeing this. It's private organizations running these things that want to do certain things, so they just change it. I think if you're the team and you're Mayor Bowser and you've got this thing almost to the finish line, you don't want to delay anything else because you know what's going to happen when you do a major construction project? There's going to be delays. S will hit the fan inevitably, and they're trying to build up as much lead time as possible. So when there's think about SoFi Stadium took extra long because there were mudslides. Now, we don't get mudslides, but what if we have a terrible winter and it's iced up for 2 months and they can't do anything during that time? Like, you want as much time now because something will happen later. That's just the way of the universe. And lastly, Sheehan's all over with the uniform stuff. I don't know about anything permanent. I'm not getting caught up in logos and all that, but I do think fans will be happy to see the actual burgundy and gold.
Please.
On the burgundy and gold.
Please.
Nobody go anywhere. Bees has some long shot bets for the NBA draft tonight. Before we go, though, got to tell you about my boy, Paul Henry. He redid all the windows, all the doors at my place, and man, oh man, did he do a great job. You know why? When it's 105 degrees outside, my house is still nice and cool. Pays for itself over time. Think about it. Do the investment now. Paul's going to give you the best deal he can. And over time, your electric bills are going to go down and the comfortability of your home is going to skyrocket. Check him out, paulhenryswindows.com. Paul Henry's Windows, your clear home improvement choice. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Trying to get Bees on the phone. Try his office, maybe? Bees says he's got some winners for us. Some late winners.
Chris in Hyattsville says that I need to take off my hats if I want to get on dates, and I say screw that. If I'm going to get a date, hats are a part of me.
You got to be you.
Sports Grumpy said round is a shape, which he's not wrong. I think that's the shape that I'm going to get into, but need to get in some better shape. I want to play in some basketball games.
Yeah, let's get you playing some hoops. All right, let's get Rich first, though. Mike Beasley, MGM National Harbor, never shy to shoot his shot. Bees, at some point we might need love advice for young Toby, but right now we need draft picks to get
I would
Rich.
take Bees as my wingman.
See, well, thank you, Toby, and I agree with you. And first of all, me listening to Jeff give advice on love is just astonishing. So that's a long shot right there.
Bees, you should have heard what he was offering Toby during the break. That wasn't on there.
Oh my goodness!
It was very interesting.
Here's the guy I'm not going to follow in line with, just so you know. That's just my opinion. I love the kid. I think he's great, but I'm not following him.
No.
So, yeah, guys, man, great show, by the way. And I can't imagine what the weekend's going to look like with is your wife going on this wedding with you, JP?
She's going with me to the Eastern Shore on Sunday, but it's just me and B. Mitch going to Erie, Pennsylvania. Hey, is there an MGM up there? Can you get us a room?
No, I know there's a casino up there, but my goodness, I can't imagine. My goodness.
Great.
I'm sad that I'm going to miss it, but happy that you guys are going to tear up that little area up there. So up in Erie.
Yeah, it's going to be
oh boy. So
it's
what are we looking for?
It's Cody's wedding. That's why we're going up there.
I know that. Okay. I know exactly. I was supposed to go. I couldn't make it. I didn't get him my information back in time. So
listen, you can be my plus one. You can still come if you're going to make it.
I got the Cannon Club member with my boy Pete Brasha.
All right, there's the real reason. Okay, tell me some. Let's get rich, Bees.
Okay, Ethan Holiday is the number one pick. Oh, we're not doing MLB?
No, I like
that.
The pitcher anyway.
I like Ethan Holiday. Sign me up.
Give me the LSU.
So, kind of alongside I like this big kid that the kid from France. I think he's a solid big. I think he's kind of ranked third all in all, but you can get him at 15-1 to get drafted in the top 10. So if you take a surprise, the guy's incredible. He's got a 7'4" wingspan.
Is that a Senge?
Johan Berenger.
Oh, okay.
So David, kid from France. Let's put it that way.
We should have Bees just say international names.
Yep, he's only 18 and a half years old. I mean, 6'11", might have more room to grow. I think he's just got a ton of upside. I think if someone looks at it and wants to pick him in the top 10, that might be a nice surprise at 15-1.
Okay.
Your guy, Derek Queen, I think, I don't know exactly what everyone's ranking. Don't you come on
these airwaves in short stock, my man, Derek Queen.
I got him going. You can get a decent number if you pick him to go between 11 and 15 at plus 650. So I'm just a number guy looking for some numbers out there, and I like Derek Queen going at in between 11 and 15.
And you get it at plus 650?
Yeah, that's it. So
that's kind of juicy. Toby.
Yeah, that sounds really good.
Put that. Toby and I are going to let some bets fly here in a minute.
So those are my two NBA draft stuff. You guys did a great job breaking it all down, so I don't really have much more to add. I like Zach Gallen over 5.5 strikeouts in the 2-10 game here. 28 minutes.
What did you think? What do you think of the show when B and Landfill aren't here? It's a little train wreck radio.
You guys are absolutely all over the place. You're going to do this. You're going to do that. Let's talk about that. Well, we didn't even mention that, but let's go back to this, and then we'll go back to where were we? And no, it's still a good show. I enjoyed it. It was entertaining for me.
I love it. All right, Bees. Appreciate you, buddy.
Appreciate it, Bees.
Have a great day. See you guys.
Okay. Do we make picks? I don't even know where we are with picks. All right. There we go. Jeff decided we're making some picks. Damn it.
Jeff doesn't fool around. I'd like to record the state, though, that on Monday I made 2 picks and nailed both of them. I get that I wasn't here.
Did he say record the state?
Monday.
I don't know what was that word he said after record.
You said I'd like to record the state?
I'd like to
State for the record?
I'd like to state for, I don't know what I
You said record to the state.
Yeah, I'd
instead
like the
of
state
for
to
the record.
record. I have no idea. Regardless, I hit both my picks on Monday.
Congratulations.
That should count for something.
A hearty pat on the back. Or Jeff could set you up with one of his ladies of the night.
Yeah, I'll take the pat on the back.
What is Gore's strikeouts? I'm taking the over. I like McKenzie to just throw gas today. 410, you can listen to it right here on the Fan. Anybody else got a pick?
Yeah,
White Brian,
Braves
degenerate?
money line.
What?
Braves money line.
Okay.
Paul Skeens over, was his number 7.5?
Skeens and Miz were 7.5.
Give me Skeens over 7.5 strikeouts.
Bennett? Wifed up 23-year-old Bennett?
You were talking about the Skeens and Mizorowski matchup today. I'm kind of feeling the under 6.5. I know it's kind of low, but pitching duel?
Yeah.
I kind
You
of like
tell me that finishes 3-1?
Yeah.
I get it.
I like that one.
Although the Brewers can hit. Jeffrey?
I want to take
Guatemala?
I want to take this draft pick bet. I'm gonna say Jeremiah Fears top 5 pick.
Ooh.
And I'm taking that because the person with the next best odds to be a top 5 pick is Ace Bailey. So I'm gonna take Jeremiah Fears and hope that Ace Bailey falls to us.
Okay. So do we all want Bailey? Is everybody in on Bailey?
All in on Bailey.
All right.
All in.
Give me an ace.
Trey Johnson.
Yeah, or Trey Johnson.
Give me an ace. Or Concanipple.
Or Trey Johnson.
Or Malawatch.
Malawatch is a close second for me.
Trade up to Dylan Harper. Get him 2.
Draft's going to be fun tonight, guys. Fun show today. Thank you to Neil Greenberg. Thank you to Amelia Draper. Thank you to Chris Miles. Thank you to Mike Beasley. Thank you to everybody that called in. And let's get Toby a date in 2026. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Nats baseball at 4:30. A really sneaky good sports day for the middle of the summer. NBA draft, Mackenzie Gore on the bump in a day game. Hope you enjoy it. Stay cool out there. It's hot as hell. Grant and Danny next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
This update is driven by Oarsman Ford of Alexandria. Tonight's the night for the Washington Wizards in the NBA draft. They have picks number 6 and number 18. Many believe it'll be Ace Bailey at number 6 and maybe even Liam McNeely at number 18 or Asa Newell from Georgia. The Wizards already acquired C.J. McCollum, Kelly Olynyk, and a second-round pick yesterday from New Orleans. Men's college basketball scheduling, George Washington will take on Georgetown in an exhibition October 18th from Smith Center, and then Maryland will take on the Hoyas November 7th in a regular season game from Xfinity Center. A decision on whether or not to expand the NCAA men's and women's basketball tournaments to 76 teams will be made in the upcoming weeks, according to a report from ESPN. Nationals against the Padres in Game 3 today. The Nats have a chance to win a series on the road. They led 3-0 yesterday before the Padres came back to score 4 and win it. Mackenzie Gore will take on Nick Pivetta, and the pregame is 3:40 right here on The Fan. Arizona Diamondbacks second baseman Ketel Marte was visibly upset and in tears on the field after a spectator yelled something about his late mother in Tuesday's game against the White Sox from Chicago's Wright Field. The White Sox report today that fan has been banned indefinitely from attending White Sox home games, and he was ejected from the game last night after upsetting Marte. Oarsman Ford of Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Fords, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Ford of Alexandria, let's ride together. Byron Curl, The Fan.
Good afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny, Wednesday, June 25th, 2025. Happy NBA Draft Day, Danny. It's Draft Day. Day. Starring Kevin Costner, wheeling and dealing as the general manager of the Cleveland Cavaliers.
I'd watch that.
They need to do a remake.
Seriously, just do it with hoops.
Sneaky, awesome movie. I will use the word awesome. I love Draft Day. When it's on TV, I will watch it, and I always enjoy it.
It's on my I always end up watching it list, but I don't love it. I know I don't love it. Like, there's a little bit too the weird stuff with like the mom of the owner that passed away, and there's like that weird conflict, and like the little bit unrealistic portrayals of like Dennis Leary as the coach, and like but like, we need a running back. And it's like, that's not how people talk to each other. It's how the Giants front office talk to each other. That's not how regular folks
how do you know?
I guess.
We have one window into a front office ever, and it looked a little bit like Draft Day.
It looked kind of like Draft Day.
It was the inept New York Giants this past offseason doing their impression of the movie, basically. But happy Draft Day to everybody. The Wizards on the clock at number 6, and then again at number 18 if they don't move up closer to 6 after that. Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA analyst, former executive, will be on the show with us in 55 minutes at 3 o'clock. You will want to hear what he has to say today. We'll get his thoughts on who the Wizards should take. And is there going to be any moving and shaking in the early part of this first round? We'll get to that coming up in just a bit. Before we get to the draft, though, Danny, a few things on my to-do list to run through with you. Number 1, it is so hot.
Yeah.
I saw today, while driving into the studio in the Navy Yard, somebody who chose to eat outside of an air-conditioned restaurant. I don't know what the temperature is right now in D.C. It's close to 100 degrees if it's not. What is that person doing? And my bigger question is, why does anyone do anything outside? Like, to me, today, it's very simple. We're not doing playgrounds. The kids aren't playing outside. This is a air conditioning day. This is a let's put a movie on, let's run around in the basement kind of day. Why are people outside trying to do anything?
When the local folks in charge are going, listen, we got to cancel stuff that's outside because it poses a danger. And you're like, actually, can I sit outside? Like, it's the summer people. They can't stop being summer people.
Weather's scary in this way, too, because it seems like you're overreacting until you're not, to not do something based on the weather. Does that make sense? Like with water, with flooding. It's like, oh, come on, it's rain. Until all of a sudden...
the flood happens.
Okay, yep. But I think heat's the same way. The other day we were talking about, I don't even remember the name, but there was a K-pop band, Stray Kids. The K-pop band Stray Kids were at Nationals Park. And there were thousands of people in line for merchandise. And I was driving by and I was like, what in the heck is going on? World Series Game 1's about to be played again. And it turns out this K-pop band was having a VIP, basically, sound check for people to come listen to them hours before their show. So people just came down to the Navy Yard. And apparently the ambulances were shuttling people out of there left and right all day long, trying to get them fluids and stuff. And 6 people were hospitalized with semi-serious issues from the heat. And I guess my point is, for those people, you kind of go, okay, we're going to have to, stay hydrated. We're going to have to think about being in the shade or whatever. But you don't really take it seriously until all of a sudden you're about to pass out and you wake up and some paramedics got you on a
standing
car.
over you. Yeah.
The heat, man, it's real. It's undefeated. Just leave it alone.
Yeah.
And I
admit defeat for a couple of days.
People just want to say like, oh, you guys are wrong. You just don't get it. I do think that our disdain for the summer has a lot to do with the fact that we shop in the Husky section. And the good people at Copair are doing what they can to change that as we speak. But Danny, it can't be all that. I think it's some of that, but it's not all that, starring Kenan Thompson.
Oh, good one. She's All That with Rachel Lee Cook.
Are you looking for Amanda Bynes?
I don't know about that.
Oh, wait. I'm thinking of a different. I'm thinking of Ladybugs.
Yeah, Ladybugs is Amanda Bynes, where she plays on the boys soccer team. She's All That. It's like,
oh, the beautiful brunette.
Yeah, she's beautiful, but like she has glasses on, so she's not beautiful, but then she's the homecoming queen or something.
She's All That. And by the way, the transformation was incredible.
Yeah.
Starring Freddie Prinze Jr.
Freddie Prinze Jr. And I think I got the actress right, Rachel Lee Cook, who I've never seen anything else. The point of the dude's story is, I don't hate it because I got a couple extra layers of skin to protect my muscles, right? Smartly. You people that don't have the extra layers, like they're just vulnerable. They're just out there. They're exposed.
You're right.
Stupid.
Curious decision.
Yeah, I have soft padding to make sure that I'm taken care of. For me, it's the sweat. You don't sweat. I am the sweatiest person of all time, and I'm disgusting. The instant it's above a certain temperature, it doesn't matter if I'm standing, sitting, walking, not walking, running, jumping, in the parking lot outside of DSW, screaming at my 7-year-old, which happened today. It doesn't matter. I'm sweating so much and I'm so uncomfortable. I could, if I'm going to sweat, it needs to be on my terms. I'm exercising. I'm playing the basketball. I'm playing the pickles. I'll wipe my brow, etc. When I'm in regular run-of-the-mill, just living my life, pouring sweat, it's the most miserable thing that we have. I don't get how people can handle it.
Stay cool. Go get yourself some air conditioning and drink a lot of water. It's a hot day out there. Number 2 on my to-do list.
All right.
AI is out of control.
Yep.
It's so good. I need everybody to stop what you're doing right now and go to @GrantH.Paulson on Twitter. One of our listeners, presumably, but a guy that follows me on Twitter, sent me a video that he made with artificial intelligence technology. The video is of my dog Fiona at one of our appearances at a sports bar, sitting on the table, licking Danny Rouillet's face. Danny, who hates my dog and hates all dogs, leans down to be licked by my dog, wanting this interaction of my dog's tongue on his lips, and then afterwards gives a smile. It looks like it really happened.
It looks so real.
I mean, on a scale of 1 to 100, like if this was in a movie theater, we'd say that the effects weren't perfect. But just for something some guy threw together and tweeted me.
Yeah.
It's one of the greatest things I've ever seen.
At first glance, I'm going, when did that happen?
Right. I was
Right?
like, Fiona's licking Danny, what? And then I'm like, oh, wait, that's a 106.7 The Fan backdrop and table and his laptop. He's at the show. He's wearing a headset mic. This is the greatest AI feed I've ever seen in my life. I don't know how I'm going to incorporate this into our friendship more often.
But somehow, some way.
This will not be the last time you see this, I guess is my point.
Sure, it's going to rear its ugly head again.
How good is this?
It scares the hell out of me. So now here's where it really gets me. It's not so much that you can make something up and after upon further review go, oh, wait a minute, that's not real, right? It's now when I actually see real videos, I don't know.
Constantly.
This is my problem. Not the fake fun ones where there's if you dig for a second, there's a caveat or hey, this Instagram profile you're looking at isn't real or whatever. That doesn't bother me as much as it bothers some people. It's when I see something that's real and I now have to go, can someone help me? Am I really looking at this or is this a fake thing? How do I take in information?
So I remember telling a buddy, we were talking about AI like 6 months ago, probably. And I remember saying, we're within 5 years away from not being able to tell the difference. And he's like, you think? And I'm like, yeah, I think within the next 5 years, there's going to be probably more audio than video, but you're going to see it and you're not going to know the difference. And I got this week with a video clip that I posted on my Instagram. It was like one of these like Nature is Wild Instagram accounts when you just do your scrolling reel thing. And now saying it out loud is embarrassing and seems so dumb, but it was this gorilla in the wild taking like a branch basically and whacking an alligator over the head with it like a human would do to like a wild animal. And the alligator's like in water and the gorilla's on the water's edge. And he just picks up this really big branch and he just like whacked the heck out of the alligator and like shakes his head. And I thought, oh my God, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. There's like a baby gorilla behind it.
Yeah, gorilla's mad at the alligator and they're fighting.
It looked 95% real. I wasn't investigating it as being fake. When I did, when everyone started saying, dude, this is AI, look when he shakes his head at how it blurs. And I'm like, oh, you're right. That's definitely AI. But my point is just scrolling, it tricked me. But that does happen less than the other way. And that's just as scary. Like I never talked about that one 6 months ago, where the thing that's real, you think isn't real. Or you just kind of dismiss.
Right. Now I don't know.
I'll give you a great example. A very, very famous person yesterday that a lot of people have heard of dropped a casual F-bomb while talking publicly in a fairly ridiculous situation and setting, right? I
thought it was fake.
I was scrolling and saw it in the morning yesterday, and I was like, that's good. Thinking like somebody made it.
Good job, person that does post the. I don't know how to post a meme. First of all, I don't know how.
The same
someone did that. Yeah,
that sent me Fiona licking your face and you smirking. That guy made the clip of this celebrity dropping an F-bomb, and I was like, that's kind of real to life.
Yeah,
like,
good one.
And then later in the day, I found out just in passing that it had really happened.
Yes,
I'd already dismissed it as AI like 7 hours before that.
This is my issue. Not the fake ones for fun. Now, eventually that's going to be bad where like someone's like framed for a crime or something, or, there's going to be some sort of ridiculous thing that happens, which sucks. It's I don't know what I'm watching anymore. Like for real ones, I now think are fake. That's where I actually get irritated.
Here's my question then. This is now a few months after we had the discussion of will we really be tricked in the next several years? 2 years from now, what's it like? 5 years from now.
Like I know when LeBron is saying ridiculous things at the podium and it's doesn't the lips don't quite match the verbiage.
Those are fun.
Fake, fun. I had a good time.
Also harmless.
Yeah.
If we're being honest.
Right.
Like,
where he made fun of Luka Doncic and called him portly, and he made fun of this head coach that I got fired, that head coach 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 I got fired, these 17 players I forced the team to acquire in order to make my agent happy, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's fake. I get that. I don't have a problem with that. And I'll have a good chuckle like everybody else. But when he actually says something ridiculous, am I going to think that's AI too? Because someone just did a real life one?
It's wild.
That's what I don't like.
Where we're at already. How fast.
I know.
And by the way, the AI not knowing is the video real is the video not real situation is such small peanuts compared to some of the other stuff I see. I'm assuming it's real, but maybe it's fake.
Right.
To stay on brand here. But like robots, like yelling back at people in labs. You've seen this stuff? Or like robots that like try to slap a human in a lab.
Yeah.
Straight out of iRobot starring Will Smith.
Right. Where it's like every sci-fi story ever.
Like it's
goes
happening.
in one direction and everyone's like, let's sprint forward with rocket ships.
Nobody's ever seen a movie.
Yeah.
Nobody's ever watched anything. But it's I feel like we're like 7 years ahead of where we thought we would be in terms of the toothpaste out of the tube on this a little bit. And so much of it is good. I'm not saying you shut it all down and it's all evil and terrible. I'm just saying it's hard to know anymore.
I'm on that spectrum. I'm way closer to it's all evil and terrible and shut it all down.
You are. But I think
mean?
a lot of it can be good.
I think that's how it all starts. Skynet was a great idea. Like the automated defense thing was a great idea. The dog that can do flips or the dancing robots are great. They're all great ideas.
It's going to end terribly because we can't help ourselves and we always want more and more and more and more. In a world where we could just kind of take the good stuff and get rid of the bad stuff, this utopian society that I'm creating, it would be very excellent and for everybody to have this technology. But it whatever good is going to get outweighed eventually by you getting absolutely be-slapped by a robot.
So the idea that a super strong robot could show up to like a building that collapsed and quickly move the rubble to save someone inside.
Correct.
That's how it begins. Then the robot goes, well, you know what caused this? Was shoddy human construction. Humans must die. Doom. The great thing that we started off with, the awesome idea, now it's just rolling around Liam Neeson throat chopping people until we're all into oblivion. Like, that's how it always starts.
Big leap of the lily pads from what an amazing video of Fiona licking Danny's face that I was sent.
So my point is, it's terrifying, and we could strike it from the record. Huh? Anybody?
Go check it out at Grant H. Paulson.
It looks so real.
You want to see that. And to KBWFT, who sent me that, might be one of the greatest things I've ever gotten online from a listener in 14, 15 years at this station. So attaboy and well done. Nats Padres rubber match today. Short show for us. 3:40 pregame, 4:10 first pitch for the third and final game of this series. It's been split through two, but C.J. Abrams and James Wood are dominating their old team. So far, I believe it's still 6 hits, 6 runs, and something like 4 or 5 RBI between the two of them in the first 2 games of this series, both drafted, developed, and then traded by the San Diego Padres in the Soto deal to Washington. And oh, by the way, Mackenzie Gore's on the mound today.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's the coup de grace right there. Hopefully, better start than last time. Would be lovely if he shoved on those Padres.
That was his worst start of the year. He's only had 2 or 3 starts that weren't really good.
Mm-hmm.
He's been an all-star. He's been an ace. He's pitched like a number 1. So you got Gore on the hill with Wood and Abrams at the top of the lineup today, all from the Soto deal against the Padres, looking to take 2 out of 3 in San Diego. But let's turn our attention, Danny, to the NBA draft. And we want to hit the phones on this next. We're going to discuss this. It's actually going to be our poll of the day today on Grant and Danny, so you can go vote on the fans' Twitter account on 1067 The Fans Twitter page. We want to know, if Ace Bailey's available at 6, do you take him, yes or no? Like, we've had guests on that say if he's there, sprint to the podium, he shouldn't be there. We've also had people, and Kevin Sheehan went hard in the paint yesterday on this, who say, I want nothing to do with that guy. I don't care if you're picking at 11. He quit in the Maryland game, and I just don't like the player and now all the baggage leading up to the draft. Where do you stand on Bailey? If he's there at 6, and in this hypothetical, I would even say, to make it just more about Bailey, let's say the guy you like the most other than him is gone. So for me, that's Trey Johnson.
Same, yeah.
And I can't just take Trey Johnson over him. So Johnson goes 5. And now it's Bailey against someone I don't love. Are you taking him? Yes or no? That is our poll of the day, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Local, long distance, residential, commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. That's next on Grant and Danny. Guys, it's Grant Paulson. FanDuel, that's the way to go. FanDuel Sportsbook is what you want to do, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. That's not for me. Summer sports, calling your name, baseball under the stadium lights, golf, pristine green fairways. It's all available on FanDuel. So are soccer matches with world-class goals and all the action-packed moments in between. You're going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway. Might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. If you're new to FanDuel, customers are going to bet $5 on their first bet and get $150 in bonus bets if that bet wins. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. FanDuel.com/GP. Must be 21 and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is powered by Guerrilla Fireworks. The largest fireworks store on the East Coast is now open. NBA Draft comes up tonight, first round at 8 o'clock. We'll have live coverage for you right here on The Fan with Linnell Willingham following Nationals and Padres. The Wizards have the 6th overall pick tonight as well as the 18th pick. Second round will be tomorrow. Draft getting underway just after 8 o'clock tonight. In baseball, the Padres beat the Nationals in Game 2 of the series in San Diego last night 4-3. The series finale in the rubber match today at 4:10. Mackenzie Gore takes the ball for the Nationals. He'll take on Nick Pivetta. Pivetta comes in 7-2 with a 3.64 ERA. Gore on the year is 3-7 with a 3.19 ERA. Nats and Padres right here on The Fan at 4:10. Guerrilla Fireworks, the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, is now open, featuring all major brands of firecrackers, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, repeaters, Roman candles, fountains, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia. Guerrilla Fireworks, just 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Bobby Marks of ESPN's NBA coverage, former executive, will be on the show in a little over 30 minutes. Between now and then, I do want to talk about some of the rumors on the Commanders' RFK 2.0 project and the possibility that a retractable roof could be in play. We'll do that at 2:45 today, right here on Grant and Danny. But our poll of the day, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, is up. The draft is finally here. It's tonight, and the Wizards have the 6th pick. If Ace Bailey is still available for the Wizards at that spot, would you take him, yes or no? Danny, I just voted. I am unequivocally a yes on this, and I think that may surprise people because this is the type of thing that normally grinds my gears, and where if you don't want to play by my rules, if you want to do things your own way, if you want to be a pre-draft malcontent, essentially, you're probably on a no draft list for me a lot of the time. I think this is a special circumstance where the league is about scoring. And at his peak, I'm not sure that there's a better true scorer in this draft than Ace Bailey. He will give you an upside offensively that I'm not sure you can get anywhere else at 6. Now, to make the hypothetical work, we said Trey Johnson's not available. That's my favorite player.
Right.
Out of Texas, it's the 2 guard that I want with Bub in the backcourt for years to come. And if they're both there, I would actually take Trey Johnson because I love him. But if Johnson goes 5 and now at 6, we're talking about Ace Bailey or Con Knipple or Maluach or Fears or something like that, some combination therein, I'm taking Ace Bailey. And it is a risk, and it may blow up in their face. I think you've got to swing big in their situation. And so I am pointing out to the seats like Babe Ruth in 1932.
Yep.
And I am swinging that bat as hard as I can.
Now, this is a hypothetical that's broken, so stay with me. Would you do that at 1, 2, or 3 if he was the quote-unquote most talented guy and you're still swinging big? Or is it kind of those, you know what, we're at 6, it's now worth, the risk-reward is worth it to me?
It's that one.
It's that one.
Especially 1, in a world where Cooper Flagg exists, he's not a consideration.
Right.
2, I think Harper has clearly separated himself. At 3 is where the debate begins.
Mm-hmm.
I think I would probably take him at 3. Again, I happen to be in love with Trey Johnson. A lot of people that know way more tell me I'm going to end up being wrong on Trey Johnson, and that's fine. But he's the guy that I've fallen in love with in this class. So for the sake of the discussion, so it's just Bailey centric, right, I keep saying Trey Johnson's not available. And at 3, if it's Bailey or Edgecombe, I would take Bailey. If it's Bailey or Knipple, it starts there for me. The whole thing's about scoring. That's, to me, what we overthink sometimes. And I know he's a little smaller than we think, and there's some measurables that maybe don't translate.
Yeah, it's not like he's 6'2", though. You know what I mean?
Can he get a bucket?
Yeah.
That's the question.
And the answer is yes. This is where I realize I'm probably a hypocrite. And I'm probably talking out of both sides of my mouth, because the thing that I've wanted for so long as a Wizards fan is please stop going all in for the middle. Please stop mortgaging future first-round picks so you can win the 38th game. Please stop, sending every year's first-round draft pick to Phoenix so you can trade for Marcin Gortat to win that 38th or 39th game while you're, playing Bradley Beal 45 minutes a night. Stop doing that. Try to be great. Do whatever you have to do to be great. And this is an opportunity to do that exact same thing. because your point is 100% correct. That's the second most talented player in this draft, in my opinion. Talking about Ace Bailey. I'm too scared. I'm too nervous. This, to me, is the classic get you fired guy, meaning you take him, and we could fast forward 6 months, and this guy that's advising him, and again, he may have turned his life around, but that profile scared the hell out of me. This guy's not a certified agent, has him, like he's pretending that he knows better than everybody else that's ever come before him to manipulate this pre-draft process, and this is the guy that's in his ear. Things that we now look at as fairly sophomoric might be signs of some, ridiculousness to come. I'm too nervous to do it, so I wouldn't do it. And that's, again, it's probably talking out of both sides of my mouth because the upside's undeniable.
Let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067. Ace Bailey's staring at you. He's falling to 6. Yes or no? Are you pulling the trigger? Elijah's in D.C. Elijah, sorry you got sent to the FCL, but was happy to see you had 2 hits and a double yesterday. How are you? Elijah?
To think of this like going to a Greek or a Roman museum. You know how you see all of these great heads of kings or whatever, but they are standing, or their heads are on pillars, right? And we have to decide, is this kid a pillar, or is he a head that's going to go on the pillar that represents this franchise? For me, a franchise that says 2028 is a year that we're looking for people to be like, yay, progress, So you have to say, is this kid going to be comfortable with coming in, scoring, and losing? Okay? Is he going to be comfortable with say, I can score points and potentially my team is still going to not be good? High-end picks, mentally, that is very tough for a guy. I'm not saying that's just part of the ball game. If you're a good player, there's a chance you're going to go somewhere that you aren't going to be they aren't going to be cooking until you put something together. Now, I think they are still in a place that they are building their identity, or mentally, like, this is how we get down. This is our decisions, or how we think about things. Before we bounce a ball on the floor. So when you're still trying to make sure that everyone is on the same page of how we moving, you have to be extremely careful with yielding your identity to talent. This talent.
So
has
yay
to
or
be,
nay? How are you voting on the poll of the day?
I'm sorry if I'm going on
No,
and
you're
on.
good.
I'm at a nay. I'm at a nay because the team hasn't shown me yet that they have enough pieces to support this.
So they're not in a place, essentially.
I actually think it's very thoughtful.
I think it's a good answer. I mean, succinctly, if you're not ready to bring in a possible problem child. But this is what they've got to figure out. I'm not convinced he will be. Maybe he will be. And if that's the case, then you got to get him out of here or it's not going to work. But I think it's very possible he just doesn't want to go to the top 3 teams. And that's not a crime. I'm not saying I like that you upset the apple cart and you uproot the process and you're bigger than the draft. But we've seen it done when John Elway doesn't want to play for the Colts or Eli Manning doesn't want to be a Charger or whatever. Guiding yourself to a team is going to happen more and more. What I'm actually more alarmed by, and I don't have all the details, so a little bit of, probably irresponsible, like, posturing for me, but it seems to me like the agency that he works with, the agent that he hired, like, he's making bad decisions along the way. That I worry more about than was this guy, he didn't work out for anybody. Is he not going to follow any rules? I think what's happening before the draft and how he'll act after the draft are 2 different things. I watched him as an example training with Giannis in a video that just came out. And it was he and his teammate, Dylan Harper. And it was very clear Ace Bailey was like loving the experience, right? Like Giannis is like, no. And he's like telling him, you got a jab step here. And he came off to me like a guy that I was like, that'd be a good guy to have at your practice. Now, it was a 3-minute clip on YouTube or whatever. But I guess my point is, am I worried? Yes. I'm not convinced that this is someone you don't want in your building.
And I just don't, and that's totally fair, by the way.
And how can we possibly know when we don't get to meet him?
Exactly.
We don't get to talk to him, but there are people that get paid millions of dollars with the Wizards that have to figure that out, and you can't be wrong.
Exactly. And I just don't know the answer. And there's a sliding scale where, again, let's pretend all the other prospects don't exist. I couldn't pull the trigger at 1. Probably not 2 either. 3, I could have that debate. But now you're down at 6, and there's a risk reward there. Where are you going to be the guy that passes on the second most talented player in the class? Or are you going to be the guy that goes, you know what? someone else is going to have to deal with it. And it may be nothing, but it might be something. Is you know what I mean? Like the mystery box is the way I kind of refer to it, as a player that's got some immaturity at times as an 18-year-old freshman at Rutgers. They didn't win a ton. And there's some holes in his game that are all improvable. I mean, you go to an NBA organization, they'll figure out, hey, your handle isn't as good when you're dealing in traffic. I bet you they got a drill for that. They'll be just fine for player development wise. But the ceiling is undeniable. But he scares the hell out of me.
There's also something funny about as he falls down the board, the value grows because the juice becomes worth the squeeze. I always look at it the other way too, which is kind of ominous. It gets to a point when you go, if this many teams have passed on him, maybe this is worse than we think.
Like, it's kind of like the Shedeur Sanders corollary.
Exactly,
you know? Yeah.
Right. I mean, maybe they figured something out. Maybe there is something cancerous about the makeup that he's going to be bringing to my room, or, you know, whether a lot of times it's medical, if I'm being honest, but like maybe there is something that they saw in the imaging and the health. And I know that does scare teams off occasionally. If you trust in your staff and you're good enough and you do it the right way, then you shouldn't really care what 29 or 30 or 31 other teams, depending on the sport, think. But that's a real thing where at 13, let's say, a guy that was supposed to go 3 or 4 is still there, and you go, wait, 12 teams have said no to this guy. 8 or 9 probably should have taken him on talent. Do they know something I don't know? And I don't know when that starts.
Right.
But it's almost like a comedy where it's not funny until you punch through the wall, and now it's funny again.
Yep.
The great value thing goes away at some point and kind of implodes. I don't think the Wizards are at that spot. I think at 6, you're just in the grab him range. But, and I'm making this up, if he got to 10 or 11 tonight, I think we would know, okay, what we thought was this
serious,
playful agents just kind of steering him to a team or two. Actually, teams decided, no, thank you. In their interactions with this player, they said, we want nothing to do with him. And I think that when does that begin? If he doesn't get taken in the top 8 or 9, if pick 10 rolls around and Ace Bailey is still there, now we know. This was not really about the Wizards deciding between him or not. He was probably not on their board.
So it reminds me a few years ago, not the same thing, but just trying to draw comps and points of comparison. Cam Reddish was one of the most talented players in the draft. Kid went to Duke, came out after one season. And as he's talent-wise, there's no question he's a top 2 or top 3 pick. He didn't go top 2 or top 3. I think it went 8 or 9 or something like that in a draft the Wizards weren't interested. And that's fine, by the way. It turned out that he hasn't really done a whole heck of a lot. And it's not because of talent issue, right? I mean, again, this profile that I read, really, really good job by this guy who went in depth. This dude who's his agent, not a certified agent, basically he feels indebted to him because the guy plucked him out of a terrible situation, put him on his AAU team, and they kind of had this great relationship for so many years. The guy's a former was a convicted felon who's by all accounts turned his life around. This agent person, but it's like he's doing these like attempts at master strokes. Like, look at, I'm playing 3-dimensional chess, and it's like, are you, or do you not know what you're doing? And if this is the guy that's in his ear, what is that going to mean going forward? You know what I mean? Like, again, and then there's also the some of the questions about the game where it's like you got 2 lottery picks on your roster and you can't get a good look against Minnesota. Like, you're struggling to score against Northwestern. Why are you taking all these long 2s fading away at the end of the shot clock? Where's the dominance? Where's your dragging your team to victory in a pretty decent Big Ten? You know what I mean? How do you finish 15-17, 11th in the Big Ten with the ball in your hands 45% of the time? You know what I mean? Like, there's enough questions where I'm too scared, and that's probably my issue.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. A report came out yesterday that a retractable roof hasn't been ruled out for the Commanders' new stadium. I wanted to provide some important context on that from what I've gathered on the team's stadium planning. Is a retractable roof on the table at the RFK site? We'll get into that next. Grant and Danny on the Fan, Bobby Marks of ESPN on the draft, and a busy 24 hours of trades in the NBA offseason. He'll join us in 15 at 3 o'clock. Yesterday, ABC7's Scott Abraham tweeted about a possible retractable roof at the RFK site. He said the Commanders have not ruled out a retractable roof, according to a source. He said the team is also having conversations about keeping RFK in the new stadium name, according to a source. So, a couple of things on that. I think, number one, he's obviously right. It has not been ruled out. They don't have a blueprint. They have not contracted a architect yet. They don't know the design. So how could you possibly know if it's going to be a retractable roof or not? And the team's new president and the people around him have not spoken publicly about whether or not there would be a retractable roof, nor have they said that there wouldn't be one. I know from my past conversations with Jason Wright, as well as many other people in and around ownership and with the team in multiple iterations now, what has always been said to me is a retractable roof is not that practical because of the cost and how rarely you actually use the retractable nature of it. And the idea now for teams is to build a roof. And I think what they're trying to do, best I have been told, is not to build a retractable roof. I don't think that that is necessarily legitimately on the table. It hadn't been ruled out. It's a possibility, depending on how things go, if they want to spend a lot more money. But with the $1.1 billion and the current idea that they have, this will be a roof that allows them to bring nature inside so you feel like you're outside, like they're doing now at SoFi, like they're doing in Minneapolis, like they do at Allegiant in Vegas, where the doors and the windows open and the air comes in. You can sit there in an open air stadium as if you're outside on a 76-degree September day. The roof is translucent, essentially almost glass and see-through, so you feel like you're outside. That's what they're trying to do. There will be a roof, so there's no rain and there's no snow, and the elements are largely gone, and people won't like that in terms of, weather games. And the roof doesn't come and go. It's just there all the time. But there will be ways where they can literally open doors and windows, almost like a garage. Think like you're in a restaurant. And sometimes they'll open those big garage doors and all of a sudden there's a breeze and it's sunny and you feel like you're on a nice spring day kind of outside. That's the idea. That's what they're trying to do.
So people hear dome and they go, Astrodome, Superdome. Like the old
40
thing.
years ago.
Correct. In 1970, whatever, when that was the modern Marvel, that's as good as you got. They can do a lot more now, right? And so that's what I'd expect. So I just thought that was strange. That tweet from Scott. I mean, and he heard from somebody, and he's putting the info out there. I guess it's what he's supposed to do. But that's always kind of dead on arrival to me, especially because what are we haggling over? What's not you and me, but what's happening right now this minute? The DC Council. What are they talking about? They're not going, can we add money to this project? Is there more? Josh Harrison Company are about to spend more than almost anyone else has ever spent. They're not going to go, we should probably add $1 billion to this and have something that we'll use 7 times over the course of the first 10 years of the project, right? Like, no. Part of the design is the thing that you're talking about, where you get almost the retractable roof.
Yeah.
It's everything short of a retractable roof. It's yes, you get airflow from this. Yes, you get sunlight from that. And yes, you can have this open air thing and have these cool experiences. No, the roof isn't going to move because, again, I don't know anything. I'm not an architect, but that adds $1 billion. We don't just have the extra Billy around. If we did, I don't know that we'd use it for that, quite frankly. We'd do something else. To me, it's a non-starter. It's what I wanted. And then I heard that information and I went, oh yeah, right. I guess that makes sense. The stadium, the roof never opens.
And I wouldn't say it's a 0% chance. I mean, they could just decide in the end, they're going to fork over a lot more money to do that because it allows you to, I'm making this up, but let's say host an event that you wouldn't otherwise, or because you heard from your fans and all of a sudden you got enough billionaires and the 17 people that own the team, they say, well, let's just throw some more money at the project. I'm just saying that's not realistic or shouldn't be expected. That's also not the current plan. The current plan and what they've been planning for an extended period of time is to have a roofed, closed stadium. That was a demand by DC and the mayor. If you want to have a stadium in the city, it's got to be closed. Now, you could have it be able to be opened at an absorbent amount of money. And when that happens, by the way, we've talked about this on the show constantly, you don't open it that much. There's going to be some fall dates where it would be open on a September or October day, perhaps. But in November, when there's a chance of rain, you're closing it. It's not like with a retractable roof, you're going, we like the weather. We want a snow game today. That will never happen again with a retractable roof or a roof. Because the moment weather comes into play, it's not like baseball where you build the dimensions around your team. You got a fast team that bunts, so you grow the grass higher in the infield. No. When you have the ability to close, it's about the comfort of your fans. It's about getting people to come and be willing to sit there for hours all day long instead of leaving their house where they don't have to pay money for tickets. It's about putting the best product on the field and helping your team score points and not slip and fall and make a situation harder to stay healthy and make injuries happen more frequently. So you basically need a window of like kickoff temperature between 60 and 75 with no precipitation, or the chances like under 25% or something. And if you go back through, I guarantee there's plenty of dates like that in late September into the end of October, probably. So there would be some games every year, but the vast majority of them, the roof would be closed anyway. And so it just doesn't become financially practical, even though it is the perfect situation. And if you were Stan Kroenke and you just dug into your pockets for a $5 billion stadium, maybe you do that. He didn't need to in California. It doesn't rain enough. But maybe you do that here. That's not what they're doing. They have a $1.1 billion operation right now, and that's their plan, and that's what they're doing.
Right. So, yeah, to me, it's always been a non-starter. Not always, but when I was listing my things that I wanted years ago on this wish list type topic that we had in like 2017 or 2018, something like that, I would go, I love a retractable roof because I'm with you guys. I'd love to have outdoor elements when it's nice in the fall.
It'd be the number one thing on my wish list, by the way. I just don't think it's real.
But I just don't think it's real. That's the way to put it, right? It is simply not practical in a place where money is an object.
Yes.
You know that phrase, money's no object? Money's very much an object in this one. And it just is.
Maybe if Josh Harris was going to build a $3.5 billion stadium by himself, you'd have a retractable roof. I'm not saying he should be. I'm just saying if he wanted to Kroenke this thing, $5 billion, SoFi, I don't need any of your money. I'm doing it myself. Then you'd get your retractable roof and everything else that you want. That's not what they're doing, though. They're spending more on any project in the history of DC, and they're spending at a percentage rate higher than any ownership group ever has in a split, essentially, with the team, 76% at $1.1 billion. But that's one thing where they go, it'd be nice, not necessary. A roof is plenty good enough. And that's what they're going to do. Their goal, because they've heard from people, is to make sure on those nice days that you don't feel like you're inside. It's not, just a bunch of like the Tropicana field, with an actual dome, to your point. But it's not going to be like an unfinished top of a restaurant with like vents and stuff. You're just looking up at the rafters. It's going to look like a glass panel and you're going to see the sun. I mean, that's their goal. There's going to be, I keep referencing Allegiant, but that's the one place I've been that had this tech where basically the wind is coming from like one side because it's wide open in this indoor stadium. And you're like, you kind of feel like you're outside. And the best comp I have is when you sit at one of these restaurants with a big garage door.
There you go.
That's what they're trying to accomplish in the stadium. And there's now technology that 10 years ago didn't exist that allows you to do that. I think it's the happy medium for people that want. There's going to be people that are unhappy that want to go to snow games
without
rain
question.
Games. Everyone laughs and calls me names because my point is I would never willingly want to do that. But a lot of people want to do the tough guy thing where like, give me a snow game. I'll be the last one to leave with frostbite. And like, that's cool, but it's harder to sell tickets. It's harder to get families to go. And most people don't want that. They would rather sit at home in 70 degrees and eat their chips and dip.
Yeah, they'll point out that, the Northeastern team or the cold weather team dealing with the warm weather team that's got to come visit them. And, around January football time, there's a historical advantage to that. You may be right, but are you going to that game tearing your shirt off like you're at Soldier Field in the 80s? Like, I don't know. I think it's easier to say, and you might ultimately be right about that. But the whole world is trade-offs, and you're making some trade-offs here. Like if you'd rather have it in the middle of the wilderness where you're driving 3 hours and in the middle of nowhere, and you can have the outdoor stadium, have at it, Hoss. This is kind of what you got to do, I think, to build it here.
I favorited this tweet at the end of May. Not knowing if I'd ever get to read it on the show, but if it came up, I wanted to. And today's the day. From somebody who covers the Ravens for our sister station 105.7 in Baltimore, Cordell Woodland. He says, when asked about the potential for a retractable roof at M&T Bank Stadium, So that's the Ravens Stadium, which is about the same age as Northwest Stadium, and they're trying to upgrade it. The SVP of marketing for the Ravens was asked, as you guys refurbish this stadium, are you going to do a retractable roof? And he said, and I quote, "This is the AFC North. We play football outside," which is cool. I thought it was an awesome quote. And there's like a badge of honor: Browns, Bengals, Ravens, Steelers. Like, we're playing snow games. And like, that's cool. Their fans are going to be more miserable in the snow than Washington's fans are going to be on the same night when it's 71 degrees in their stadium. And some people don't like that. And I get that. But the majority of people do. And the money's going to speak. All right, next, let's bring on Bobby Marks. It is draft night in the NBA. He's a former executive in the front office who has been in war rooms on this day. We'll ask him about the process and what happens at 6 with the Wiz tonight on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is driven by Oarsman Lincoln of Alexandria. NBA draft tonight. First round gets underway at 8 o'clock. The Wizards hold the 6th overall pick as well as the 18th overall pick. We'll have live coverage pick by pick right here on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 following Nationals and Padres right here on 106.7 The Fan on Team 980 starting at 7 o'clock. The Wizards again hold the 6th and 18th pick in tonight's NBA draft's first round. Tomorrow will be the second round, also at 8 o'clock. The Wizards currently don't have a pick in the second round after they traded away the 40th pick as a part of the Jordan Poole trade yesterday. Oarsman Lincoln of Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Lincolns, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Lincoln of Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan.
We are Grant and Danny, and this is The Fan. Welcome back, and thank you for making the show part of your day. We are brought to you today and every day by the law firm Condori and Murad. They're our buddies. Local guys went to Lake Braddock High and George Mason University, and they'll take care of you on all of your important needs, whether that's a last will and testament, a living trust, medical power of attorney. They got you covered. Fairfax office, kmlawyers.com is how you can find them. Mention us, get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Right now on the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We find our pal Bobby Marks of ESPN's NBA coverage, a former front office executive and a front office insider. Bobby, it does feel like, because we're about 5 hours away from the draft, the Wizards holding the 6th and 18th picks tonight, that we know it's going to happen at picks 1 and 2, and everything kind of starts after that, huh?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, certainly Cooper at 1, and then Dylan Harper at 2, and I would say probably most likely VJ Edgecombe at number 3, which is Philadelphia, and then it certainly opens up here. I think how we've kind of looked at this year's draft is, at least in the lottery portion or up until 9 or 10, is that you've got the 1 tier with Cooper and then Dylan in tier 2, and then there's a group of, I would say, probably 5 or 6 players in that next tier, which are all, based on what you're looking for from a position. You need a big, you need a point, you need a score, some athleticism here. So it is a good group of guys with little separation here. So it's going to be an interesting night. It's going to be interesting who's going to try to move up to get, maybe get the 4 or get the 5. What's the cost to do so? But it's a night I'm looking forward to.
Bobby, in your executive roles over the years and now as an analyst, how do you balance somebody like Ace Bailey, who is undoubtedly talented?
Yeah,
that's not a question. It's the other stuff. And I don't know if it's bad. We just don't know. This is like that, like reach your hand into the mystery box, right?
We've talked about it, and we're probably going to continue talking about it tonight. It doesn't bother me at all that a player doesn't go do a team workout or does a visit. Listen, I think you guys cover the NFL a lot, and there are circumstances. Probably Eli Manning, right? He kind of tried to maneuver which team he wanted to go to, and didn't go to San Diego, and so that doesn't bother me. I think the thing what would probably bother me is the responsibility factor. If you schedule a workout and you don't show up, and you basically blow off a team, that would probably bother me. I think how teams have to evaluate him is based on what he did at Rutgers, what his upside is going to be, who he is as a person. Probably a handful of these teams have had the opportunity to interview him in Chicago. They've certainly scouted him. He's young, he's a position of need. He's a young, him and Cooper are really young from an age standpoint. He's got a terrific mid-range game. Everything else is kind of a work in progress here. So it's, that's the beauty of the draft. Some of it's just kind of gut, right? You're kind of relying on your scouts and figuring how he works in with you. I do think the one benefit coming to, visit a team is the coaches who you have on your staff, as far as they're going to have to coach him and know who he is as a person here. So we'll see what happens with what Ace did. And I said this to our group. I said, listen,
getting picked at third or getting picked at sixth or seventh is going to cost them probably about $15 million. And if Ace Bailey's fine with that, we probably all should be fine with that also.
ESPN NBA analyst Bobby Marks, former executive in the NBA, tapping into that past element of your career again, in this pre-draft process. How much are you thinking about next season when you're drafting players and kind of what your current roster construction is, as opposed to maybe the 2, 3, 4-year plan? Because we were talking a lot the last couple of days about what the Wizards should do, and it keeps coming up from different guests about what the construction is right now. And this is a team with $115 million coming off the books next year. It would seem to me like they're very early in a much larger plan, and that's got to somehow be a factor in what they do tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I think Washington is certainly different, and where they are at 6 and 18, and generally we know that how much flexibility they potentially could have in the 2026 offseason. I do think when you're in a position like that, it's almost like you're going to paint a picture, and instead of just wanting it to paint the picture blue because that's what it says it should be, you're going to go out and buy like 8 different paints, and then you kind of just figure it out. I do think you look long term when you're picking. Certainly at 6, it's not based on, hey, we need a wing or we need a point guard. It's a combination of best available, who maybe has the best upside also, which sometimes you get into a little bit of trouble with that. It's really hard to predict upside once you get them into your own gym here. But it is about the long-term plan as far as what they're trying to do.
So in terms of that long-term, there's I still feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, if you see it differently, but it feels to me the Wizards are very much in the let's just get as many good assets as we can and put them in a pile. Eventually, we turn into, okay, let's make some of the pieces fit. I think they're in the gathering phase, whether it's picks, whether it's cap space, whether it's good players who they want to keep, et cetera. When does that conversion point happen for you? Like, what's kind of the line of demarcation where you go, all right, attention of an organization. We are no longer gathering assets. We're now trying to make some of these pieces fit. Where does that turn happen?
Next summer. It's next summer, just because I look at, you're going to add a couple of young players to what you already have with Alex and Bilal and Bub and, the group there. And you are, I think that the pick that you potentially could owe to New York that's protected 1 to 8, I think that hangs over your organization a little bit and next year's draft is better than this year. And I know Wizards fans are like, oh my God, we got to go through this again. I mean, trust me, it's really good. But I do think, but there is a point, right? Like when, especially in the Eastern Conference, when it can turn really quick in a good way. We saw what Detroit was able to do this past year, where you do get to a point and like, okay, we've collected as many draft picks as we wanted. We've got 8 young players on our roster. We've got $100 million in cap space. All right, we have to, how do we combine all that together here and take that next step? And I think this is going to be another year of, development. It's going to be a high priority. We'll see what happens with some of those expiring contracts that they have. But I do think next summer is the summer that you begin to turn that corner.
Bobby, you ran through the core that they have built so far. How do you actually like that group in terms of what they could be with upside at their ceilings? And specifically after yesterday's Poole trade, could see a lot more of Bub Carrington running the point this year.
Yes, I totally agree. I mean, I think the Poole, and we didn't get to see Sadiq just because he was coming off that injury, but I do think trading Jordan opens up a lot of different optionality as far as how Washington's going to use their roster. I think CJ in the group and Marcus and Chris, I think there's no better veteran mentors that you would want in a locker room, than those 3 players here. But you're going to see more, opportunity, more upside. I think when you're looking at it, I'm a big fan of Koulibaly. I thought there was great moments last year with Alex. I mean, if you're ranking core young players, I mean, I like their group probably maybe better than the group in Utah, which has 9 guys under the age of 23. And I do think it's one thing to draft a player, but it's another thing is like, where is he 2 years from now or 3 years from now? Because eventually that contract comes up and then you have to make a decision on him.
Bobby, I know it's so dependent on what happens before them, trades or teams' proclivities, but just given kind of how you think the board's going to shake out, what do you like for the Wizards at 6?
Yeah, I think there's probably a chance you're going to be staring at Ace Bailey at 6, and I think you're going to have to make a decision if you feel like he's the best available. I think certainly Cooper, Dylan. I think VJ Edgecombe likely at 3. 4 gets interesting with Charlotte. I think Con Knipple possibly. 5 is Utah. You can, Jeremiah Fears, Trey Johnson. Certainly the Wizards at number 6. They're going to get a good player. I think it's just a matter of if you have Ace Bailey staring at you 6, I think you got to take him. I really do. And I think you bring him in house, and I think from a developmental standpoint, based on his age and the talent level alone, I think is worth the risk.
Bobby Marks, ESPN. You'll see his analytical work continuing in their busiest week of the offseason, maybe, as he joins us here on Grant and Danny, kind enough to give us a couple of minutes. Bobby, specific to the 18th pick, last year, as excited as they were about Sarr, the draft kind of revolved around them going up to get Carrington, the guy they were really giddy about. They would like to move up, it sounds like, from 18. What would that take, and what would that look like? Walk me through some scenarios there if they don't stick and pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're trying to move up to from where you are at 18, as far as what you have, as far as does it cost you a future one? You remember you acquired a pick in the at the deadline. I think it's in 26. That that it's the least favorable first, and it probably could be tail end of the first. I think next year. What is the cost to get up there if you want to get to? And that's the beauty of it, because everybody sets their board, and then they might be coming down the pike, and they see a guy that's like their 10th best prospect, and you're getting the 13 or pick 13 or 14, and he's still there, and you're like, okay, how do we get up 4 slots here? I do think they have enough to, whether it be first, whether it be seconds, to do it if they wanted to. It's a matter of, and I think then it becomes more of kind of fit a little bit too, as far as who you're, basically kind of who you're looking to pick. I do think it's a lot has been made about the top 10 here, but I do think, once we get out of the top 10, I'm a big Neil Clifford fan who plays at Colorado State. He's a big wing. If you guys saw Thomas Sorbo a little bit at Georgetown before he got hurt. Derek Queen, we'll see where he is, the Maryland player. So there is some quality outside once we get outside the lottery here.
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback off that. You mentioned Neil Clifford. Give me a couple of guys, not necessarily in terms of rankings for you, but a couple of guys where you go, I just like this guy, that's somebody you'd advocate for in a front office later, maybe in that first round, trading back in, something like that. Yeah, I mean, I said Neil,
Neil averaged 10 rebounds last year as a 6'6" wing. Danny Wolf, who was at Michigan, he's kind of an interesting story because he went from Yale to Michigan here. Rasheer Fleming, who's at St. Joe's, he's a huge wing. I love guys that can come in the league and defend. Right now, I think there's certainly a bunch of guards out there. Yegor Demon, who played at BYU, is a huge wing or guard. He's 6'9". So there is, Liam McNeely will probably be there, who was at UConn. He's another, big wing at 6'7". So there is there's a lot of other names outside of, the top guys in the top 8, top 9.
So Bobby, we'll let you out on this one. It has been a very busy week already in player movement. The Durant trade is a headliner. We had a move today. What else should we be monitoring here? What are the big storylines for you? Not just draft night, but in the days ahead as the NBA offseason kicks off hot and heavy.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't billed as the greatest free agent class, and you see Fred VanVleet going back to Houston and Kyrie Irving back to Dallas here. We'll see what happens with James Harden with the Clips. I think I'm interested to see what Milwaukee does as far as how they add to their roster around Giannis. Denver, of course, is a team to circle as far as how they have said they're going to improve their depth. We'll watch how they do that. They got a new general manager. Of course, the Lakers, as far as how do they go out and and find a center. Certainly Boston has done a lot of their work already as far as shedding significant money here. But it is interesting that we have a little bit of an arms race in the Western Conference when you have a team that won 36 games last year in Portland goes out and acquires Drew Holiday in a trade. What are some of the teams in the Eastern Conference? Whether it be we saw Orlando, maybe it's Atlanta with adding Porzingis. It's the Eastern Conference is as wide open as we've seen, and it'll be interesting as far as who's that next team's going to take advantage of that.
Bobby, great with us as always, man. Really appreciate it. Enjoyed the draft tonight.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
ESPN's Bobby Marks on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. I think that's the whole story tonight. Just walked by a TV screen in studio a few minutes ago down in the green room, and it was ESPN, and the Chiron said, what's the number one question in tonight's NBA draft? And the first answer was, where does Ace Bailey go?
Yeah.
And Washington find themselves right now the epicenter maybe of the dialogue. But Marks, who's served in many a front office, saying, I think you're going to be staring at Ace Bailey at 6, and I think you're going to have to make a decision, and I think you have to take him. Very possible he doesn't get there. It's always funny how little we know when the draft actually starts.
Totally true.
But that is the noise right now. If you believe any of the swirling winds, they are that there's a really good chance Bailey falls to Washington, and now it's going to be up to them to stop his fall.
Yeah, that's decision time, right? I mean, is your organization strong enough to deal with any, sort of off-season or not off the court buffoonery or chicanery or whatever? Is there even that? Is it just innocent 18-year-old thinks he knows better than the process? Might get humbled and might come to work and be great right away. You've got to know when you pull the trigger because these are these instrumental. Do you have a building block or not? They're in asset, and you heard Bobby say this very well. They're in asset gathering mode. I don't worry about what pieces fit. You don't go, well, they already have a point guard. I don't give a damn. You get me 15 great assets. That could be first-round picks. That could be expiring contracts. That could be good players. Then we'll figure it out. They're in the acquiring mode of assets.
They also don't have good enough players to not do something
Correct.
else. I could sit out and say, I'll let Bub Carrington and Alex Sarr have another year before I impede their progress.
Mm-hmm.
They're not good enough right now that I can't draft someone to take reps away from them. But if your point is their ceilings are big enough, even Bilal, who I think is a really nice extra piece role player, like I'm not going to pass on a guy I really like because I have Koulibaly. I would do that based on sheer upside and ceilings with Sarr, last year's number 2 pick, and Bub Carrington. Really quickly, though, Danny, tonight's the first time. It's only the first round. And then tomorrow is going to be the second round. A 2-night, 2-round extravaganza now for the NBA. Respectfully, this is not the NFL, right? I mean, this second round is for the marks who love college basketball and study the game, European, internationally, that know some of the prospects. You're really going to have to want it to sit through every pick in round 2 tomorrow. That's normally tough television. I think it's going to go off okay, though, because my guess is they kind of make it a TV show about the NBA offseason. I think there's going to be a lot of rumors and innuendo and talking about who might be traded and who's already been traded. And Kevin Durant's name will come up 1,000 times. And they'll have boards where they show the most likely teams to win each conference. And my guess it's going to be editorialized with Stephen A. Smith and different people yelling about, who the next choker is. And I don't think it's going to be a traditional draft show. I don't think it necessarily can be as a standalone second round. So my guess is as programming, it will work. But it's also kind of odd to break the draft up into 2 rounds. I know why they're doing it and why if the NFL had it their way, they would do a round a day for 7 days.
Mm-hmm.
But they could do that. Like people will watch that. The second biggest sport in America is college football. Not to say that college basketball isn't big, but I'm curious to see how night 2 goes.
Me too. And I think you're probably right. I think it's astute about how the programming would work. Because I don't know that you can break down, Nebraska's Bryce Williams going to Cleveland at pick 50. And to have people be riveted by that. It's like with college football, to your point, you've heard and seen most of these guys. And there's an industry that's doing this 24/7, 365. There is for basketball too, but it's not consumed the same way, right? It's not for whatever reason outside of the first 7, 8, 9 picks of the lottery. I don't know how familiar people are with I don't know the Nick Clifford out of Colorado State. I don't know how people have consumed all year long. I mean, Colorado State folks know. People that watch the Maryland team play them know. But, outside of that, who knows? So I think ultimately the way to do it is what you're talking about, right? Just make it an NBA show where you analyze what happened last night in the first round, what the history of some of these picks and what they've done in the past. Because a lot of times a second rounder isn't even really a second rounder. It's a lot of like Juan Carlos Navarro, where they draft his rights, but then he's going to stay in Spain for 10 years. And they stash him here. He's a G League guy there. Just sort of some of the machinations to help explain to folks what it is they're actually seeing.
A star has been born, and I really believe Danny's going to be angry about this. Nothing to do with the NBA draft. We'll get into that next. Plus, there's a term, a rage something. What is the thing you were telling me about?
Crash out.
Crash out.
Yep.
What are Nats fans crashing out about on this road trip out west? Something happened, and it had Nats fans in their feelings. We'll get to that as well. Before we say goodbye, Nats baseball coming up at 4:10, pregame at 3:40. Short, Grant, and Danny today. We're back next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. NBA draft tonight gets underway. The first round at 8 o'clock. We'll have live pick-by-pick coverage with Linnell Willingham right here on the Fan following Nationals and Padres. The Wizards enter tonight with 2 picks in the first round, the 6th overall pick as well as the 18th pick. Tomorrow will be the second round also at 8 o'clock. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Padres in Game 2 of the series in San Diego last night, 4-3. Rubber match getting underway in just a couple of minutes. 4:10 first pitch. Nats on deck getting started in just about 10 minutes right here on the Fan at 3:40. Charlie and Dave on the call. Mackenzie Gore gets the ball for the Nationals against his former team. He's 3-7 with a 3.19 ERA. He'll take on Nick Pivetta, who's 7-2 with a 3.64 ERA. The Nationals will wrap up their series with the Padres today and then wrap up their 9-game West Coast road trip when they wrap up with a 3-game series in Anaheim against the Angels starting on Friday night. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Lovely sports day ahead in D.C. NBA draft tonight, about 4.5 hours from getting underway. Wizards pick 6 and 18 in round 1. And the Nats and the Padres are playing a rubber match series on the line at pristine Petco Park in San Diego, one of the best ballparks in America. People say all the time, like, have you been there? Have you seen a game there? I have been to, but have not been into Petco Park for a ball game.
Oh.
It is number 1 on my list. I was supposed to have gone there. Now it's been probably a decade almost for the All-Star festivities, and my appendix went on me 3 days before, and so I wasn't able to get on the plane and go out there. So I had the flight, I had the hotel right there in the Gaslamp District, and was going to enjoy 4 days in San Diego, the most beautiful city in the country.
When was that?
I think I always mark everything by what was going on at that time in sports.
Yeah.
Danny Espinosa had a streak with like 4 home runs and 9 RBIs in 3 days.
Where he like couldn't stop hitting grand slams.
I believe, if I had to guess, that it was around 2014. But if you told me it was 2016, I'd believe that.
Okay. Because I'm trying to remember that. Were we doing the show together and you had like your appendix burst or whatever?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. All-Star game in San Diego.
San Diegoans.
Looks like 1978. That's not the one.
That's not that one.
2016 Petco Park.
There you go.
So 2016, I was supposed to have been there and wasn't, but it just looks awesome.
It's so gorgeous. I've never been to San Diego. That's a place I'd love to visit at some point.
You've never been to the city?
I've never been to San Diego, not even a single time.
Guy.
I've never been.
Not doing the you got to do it thing, but let me do the you got to do it thing. What a city.
It's on my list. It just seems perfect.
It's so beautiful. I mean, it is the best. Nashville's still the 1 seed for me.
Mm-hmm.
Got a little bit of wanting barbecue. I'm not even a country music guy, but like everyone to wear sundresses, or a lot of people to wear sundresses,
right?
In me. So I'm a big fan of Nashville. San Diego's pretty damn great.
I would do that.
I don't think Ron Burgundy told any lies.
That honestly like opened up my eyes to him. One of my teammates, a couple of my teammates were from San Diego in college, and like they wouldn't stop talking about how great San Diego was. And I'm like, well, why did you come all the way out here then? Why didn't you just go to like UC San Diego or like San Diego State or something like that? But anyway, yeah, I've always wanted to go. That park looks perfect with that, whatever the thing is in left field. It's not a warehouse. I always think of a warehouse because of Camden Yards, but that iron factory or iron works or whatever the thing is so cool.
Danny's going to be upset here, but a star has been born. Bruce the Bat Dog, who we talked about getting called up to the Nationals and making his Nats Park debut earlier this month, a little under 2 weeks ago. Today made the rounds. I believe Bruce the Bat Dog today was on Good Morning America, and he was on MLB Network this afternoon. I watched Mark DeRosa get down on all fours and smooch Bruce the Bat Dog, the golden retriever from the Rochester Red Wings, who got called up to the Nationals, who's their big addition of the offseason. They don't spend money on players.
Yeah.
They don't need to. The Angels back in the day had Roger going like this because Angels were in the outfield, and he knew when Christopher Lloyd was going to help them out and carry someone to a catch or something. The Nats have Bruce the Bat Dog. And so he is going viral, Danny. He made his debut.
Yeah.
And you were thinking, oh, this will be the last time we hear about this.
No, I know better.
Good Morning America got involved.
Yep.
I think that's who it was.
Mhm.
And MLB Network. He got interviewed today on 2 different national shows representing the Washington Nationals.
5-17 in June. They've lost 14 of 17. So it's not cute. Nothing's cute about it. Nothing's funny about it. Now to stupid tourist shows with like, we're coming up. We have a great recipe. Something else you can do with fizzy soda. Stay with us. Those dumb shows that should all stop immediately and everyone should apologize for every segment and every second of every day. They're so embarrassing. Coming up, you can actually wipe up a spill with something in your house you wouldn't expect. Stay with us. Cancel. Everyone fired. Everyone apologize. Handwritten letter.
Everyone fired.
Door to door apologizing like John Cusack in the movie, holding up a boombox, except it's just an apology where you wasted our time and you have just produced nothing but drivel for a long, long time. That's that level. That's the level. That's the kind of show that a bat boy dog should be on. Major League Baseball, please act accordingly. Please. That's all.
The Nats aren't not acting accordingly. I mean, well, to be clear, they are not acting accordingly. They're losing a lot of baseball games and not playing great baseball. But that's got nothing to do with the bat dog. That's got nothing to do with Bruce.
No, there's
baseball people, Rizzo, and
Sure.
his assistant GMs and the coaching staff.
Sure. Hands are tied. I need the GM of the Rochester Hurricanes to not be like, he's going to make a pawtastic impression down there in D.C. when he gets the paw up.
No.
Apologize.
He never said either of those things.
He did. There was a statement.
No.
When the initial thing, when he came up, he made a statement.
Right, but
make
he didn't say
statements.
those words. He called him a paw spec.
Yeah, make no
and he
statements.
said he signed autographs.
Make no
Which
statements.
You said you made up. Those weren't terms he used.
Right.
He signed autographs as a paw spec.
Make no statement. Tell me why you guys are 70 games under 500 over the last couple of years. I want no statements. I want nothing. I want nothing of the sort. It's for the Savannah Bananas. It's for the circus sideshow. This is not a circus sideshow. This is professional baseball. Back to you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And now that it's back to me, I would just like to offer that the National C.J. Abrams, James Wooden Company, they're playing baseball.
There we go.
They're out there doing their thing.
Mhm.
They're playing and trying to hit and score and win. This is just a different thing altogether.
Mhm.
This is just a couple of people that aren't baseball people saying, let's send a dog around in a Nats jersey to do some TV. That's all.
Yeah.
You can have your cake and eat it too.
A, what's the point of cake if not to eat it? I've never understood that expression.
That's fair.
B, this is what this is, right?
Just acknowledge one thing, and
What?
then we'll move on.
What?
He's a really good paw spec.
No.
He acknowledge this then, if he won't do that. You'd love his autograph.
No. I refuse to do that. Again, that's, I guess, coming up. We'll have a chance at see if he's more bark than bite. Stay with us. No to all of it. You all suck. Every one of you sucks. Michael Strahan had 22 sacks in a season. And now he's like, the vacuum cleaner that cleans itself. Back to you. Shut up. It's so embarrassing. It's all so awful.
Oh, man.
I don't know who it's for, but whoever it's for, they're going, guys, we're going to have Bruce the dog tomorrow.
Bat dog. Say it right.
When he plays fetch, a bat comes back. What? Come on. I don't believe it.
Bruce the bat dog.
Apologize and feel shame. I want the shame to hit you like a Mike Tyson tiger uppercut in the late 80s.
I don't think Bruce the bat dog's going away.
No.
I think you got to buckle in.
Yeah, people think it's cutesy and awesome. Again, that's for the Savannah Bananas. Shouldn't be for us.
It is time for the leadoff ahead of Nationals baseball. Brought to you by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom. Actually, interestingly, the Nats lineup filled out today by Bruce the Bat Dog. He got to choose the lineup. They did a thing where they put all the names on paper, and then he had to go over and lick each one, and that's how they did the lineup. So Danny's got Bruce the Bat Dog's lineup. Here's how they're lining them up for the skipper of the day, Bruce the Bat Dog.
Ruh-roh. Yeah. Mackenzie Gore on the bump. Please get wins for him. C.J. Abrams leading off playing shortstop. James Wood batting second, your DH. Luis Garcia Jr. at second base. He's playing first. He's batting fourth. Nathaniel Low. Brady House batting fifth, playing third. Alex Call in left field. Dalen Lyle in right field, batting seventh. Riley Adams behind the dish doing the catching, and Jacob Young in center field, batting ninth.
The Nats, the Padres coming your way in 30 minutes right here on The Fan. Abrams and Wood have already terrorized San Diego in this series. Now you introduce Gore into the equation. It's been funny to see the production against their former team and to also see the reaction online of Padres fans. I don't fault them for the trade they made going and getting Juan Soto. If you remember, most Nats fans were livid and angry about it and hated it. And at the time, we're going, this is a hell of a return. They didn't want to hear it. Padres fans had a chance to win a World Series, and they got 3 postseasons of Soto. They ended up using 2 of those, and they actually made an LCS run and almost got to and won a World Series with Juan Soto. It didn't quite work out. But you're close. You're kicking at the door. You might as well try to kick it down. But today, with Gore on the hill and the top 2 spots in the Nats order, their best players, all in that trade. I mean, it's hard as a Padres fan not to watch that and wonder what it might be like.
Yeah, Juan Soto's 2 teams away from you now.
Exactly.
And all these guys are, they're not homegrown, but they're there, and they're very much the core of the Nationals.
And by the way, all 3 should be in the All-Star game in San Diego next month. For Darius and Danny, I'm Grant saying so long. Thank you for listening to the show. NBA draft tonight. We'll have a full recap of it tomorrow, starting at 2 o'clock. Enjoy yourselves.
Thank you for coming.